Hello. Hello everyone and welcome to the final round of Prague International Chess Festival. And the day is here. We're gonna have new champion in the Masters as well as in the Challengers and Futures. So we have a morning round. Everyone looks really fresh, happy, ready. On the other side we have Czech players. They look very sharp. They look very much motivated. They actually have a good chance to get the medal in the Challengers. Well, we can mention that in the Challengers, Finek is showing his best. He has been leading the tournament. He's only 16 years old and he is local, so a lot of local fans have this moment to support someone from their country alongside with the David Navara. Today, Finek will take black pieces against Thomas Pertzen. We should mention that Daniil Yuffa is just half a point behind Finek, so this is still a lot of tense here in the Challengers. We come to the Futures. Here we have very interesting situation, and I'll show you something. On this side we have one of the leader from Switzerland. We have interviewed her, Christina Jordan. She has 6 points and she's playing with black pieces. And if we turn the camera, we have another leader. She also has 6 points, Kaja Radowska. She's from Poland and she's here with her sister. Her sister also plays and she's here also with her father. So these two players will figure it out who will be the champion of the Challengers, but they are not playing against each other, so it's not a direct game, so they both have to win their own game and then we will see if they have a tie. So coming to the Masters, here we have a totally different situation from the other rounds. We have Nodirbek Abdusattorov from Uzbekistan. Now he is a sole leader. He managed to win against David Navara yesterday in the opposite color, bishop endgame. Also rooks were there, and it was a kind of shock for us to see that happening. Of course, it was shock for all the players too. So now we have this situation where Abdusattorov is a half a point ahead of Jordan Van Forest, who is actually facing Maxodlu Parham with black pieces. So I don't know what to expect anymore in this tournament. Anything can happen. Well, Abdusattorov has white pieces against Hans Niemann. We had an interview with Hans Niemann yesterday, so guys, check it out. He mentioned about some of his issues he had this tournament. That's why they did not went on his way, although we really enjoyed his play. He has been showing his best, but something was missing, and you can check it out what was the issue for him. Jordan with black pieces, he has to somehow put himself together and play this game because, well, he has been leading whole tournament, and then yesterday, because of this unfortunate blunder against Aravin, he lost the night. It happened somehow the same time as Nodirbek won against Namara, and then also Van Forest lost against Aravin, and we were just so confused what was happening. Those games were so equal. But yeah, that's it. If we go just a little bit on the other side, we're gonna see, of course, our girls from future just chatting, being very joyful, being very friendly to each other. We can also check their outfit. There's a lot of chessy outfit, very colorful. I think they're bringing really nice vibes in this tournament. Absolutely love to see them here. We have also some local TV stations. Obviously they want to have some information how the tournament is going. This is the biggest tournament here in Prague, in Czech Republic, so for sure a lot of eyes. Today we have a special guest who will make the first ceremonial move, very likely on this board. This is going to be the president of European Chess Union, Zurab Azmaiparashvili. And yeah, let me check the time. 3 minutes before the start. We have some time to walk around, maybe to check out what is happening. We have a lot of chess platforms here. We have Lee Chess. They have a room and they can do the interviews with the players. We have Chess Base as well. Huge crew, several people. We also have Chess Base India, of course, with us. And all these people have opportunity to interview the players. It is a little bit quiet now. There's no music. I think something is happening. We're getting ready, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov is getting ready now for his game. We can maybe focus. He's going to pose for the photo now or not. We don't know. Hans Niemann also arrives at the game. Maybe you can. I have to say bye from here and see you from the studio then.
Dobré odpoledne, dámy a pánové. Je mi ctí vás zde přivítat před začátkem posledního 9. kola. Ve všech turnajích se stále hraje o prvenství, není nic jasné, takže věřím, že zažijeme z pohledu diváků opravdu dneska velmi zajímavý závěr.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the beginning of the last round, number 9. In all tournaments, the final standings is not clear, so we believe in nice and tough fights in all the tournaments.
Divákům bych ještě a fanouškům připomněl, že vyhlášení vítězů a předávání cen bude probíhat od 18 hodin zde v hlavním sále a i případný tiebreak, kdyby se mělo rozhodovat.
I would like to remind you that the closing ceremony and tiebreak, if necessary, will start at 6 o'clock here in this hall.
Nejlepší partí včerejšího dne, 8. kola, se stala partie Nodirbeka Abdusattorova, který získává cenu.
The prize for the best game of the previous round goes to Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Je mi velkou ctí zde přivítat prezidenta Evropské šachové unie Zuraba Azmaiparashviliho, který provede úvodní tah a rád mu předám i slovo na úvod.
It's my great honor to welcome here the president of the ECU, Zurab Azmaiparashvili, who will also make the ceremonial first move.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Prague Chess Festival organizer, and especially Vlaslav, for his kind invitation to visit this beautiful tournament. It's amazing what I'm seeing here, and really, I'm very happy, Vlaslav, that ECU is little partner of you here in this tournament because we support our future. We support our future ladies, girls who are playing here future tournament, and they are on the stage. This is amazing for me because this is some vision of the organizer, the vision for the future. This is very important, and of course ECU I really truly promise here that we'll stand behind of this tournament always, and because we see this will be the future for chess. Okay, and I don't want to be long because I don't want to disturb any concentration for any player. I would like to wish all of you successful day, and okay, let's make future better. Play chess, and chess makes you smile. Thank you.
Thank you.
So suddenly the last day arrived, that's a bit sad, but what to do? And now let's start the o'clock piece.
And it was Arvin who mentioned also yesterday that they used to play like this last round a bit earlier. It is challenging for them, but it's also just nothing tragic. They have different plans for the preparation and for resting. For instance, Daniil Yuffa, who is now having second place in the challengers, he said he's gonna go easy and watch some football match. That's gonna be his preparation. So, yeah. And Aravin said that he will just take a rest. So, everyone has their own ways to deal with the morning rounds.
How about your?
Oh, I actually had I escaped early yesterday, earlier than the other day. I had a really good rest. I'm so happy this is the final day, and we're gonna see the champion of the Prague Chess Festival 2026.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. As you said, 11 a.m. a little bit earlier than regular routine, but players, they know that this is the last day. They need to input some effort. By the way, we have in our studio one of the key persons of media in Vacancy. Rick, welcome. How about Vacancy? Last round, when does usually it start?
I think 12.
12. Okay, so it's similar like here. 11 a.m. It's not 9, it's not 10. I would say that it's comfortable enough. that players are already in this regular mode.
Well, the reasoning of early rounds is that we also have a closing ceremony. That's another part of the event. Organizers want to be very, very nice event and memorable for the players. And we're going to have also after party. Also, we should mention that some of the participants might just love to leave the same day as the tournament ends because they have other obligations the other day.
How is the song Fiesta, Fiesta? So after party till 6 in the morning? Maybe.
Maybe, hopefully, we'll see.
Okay, so let's check the games. Let's see what's going on. At the first game, actually.
Alojzije, are we having Yakovboev not at the board? Because Kemar has made the move. Oh no, he's at the board.
Okay,
He's
so
just
he's
taking
thinking
time,
because
yeah.
knight f3 came
Yeah.
as a surprise. So as I said, as I wanted to explain a little bit, so in the game Abdusattorov versus Niemann, I was expecting maybe that we might see this super sharp line with knight b3 stuff in neither Tibia, but here knight f3. I was actually wondering since Nodirbek, we cannot say that he needs a draw. He will play a normal game, but he doesn't need to risk so much. So I was expecting something more solid, and then came this Najdorf, but I forgot that knight f3 is a safe way to keep the game in positional waters.
Yeah,
So
Abdusattorov is in the safer seat now, better than anyone else because he has already guaranteed himself second place, at least shared second place. So this is obviously much. It's very good scenario for the chess player, and also having white pieces in the last round against Hans Niemann, who visibly struggles in the tournament. That's very nice end for Abdusattorov, or start of the end for Abdusattorov.
yeah, so here we have this knight f3. The point of this is that white wants to go bishop c4, this positional line, and then other bishop can go to g5, maybe even be exchanged, because now everything is about this outpost, this hole on d5. Black is playing around it, hoping that he might push even the pawn, this backward passer, but white is actually stopping him and playing around and imposing some pressure. Very non-positional line. By the way, which last round of which tournament springs to your mind in terms of some unexpected results? Do you have something in mind?
Top player, top
Top
tournament.
super tournament.
Oh, so many tournaments. We had some craziness, but I think you have something in particular in mind. So
have.
go ahead, tell
I
us.
have. London candidates. So Magnus losing versus Svidler, and Kramnik losing versus Ivanchuk, and this is actually how Magnus Carlsen got a chance to fight for the World Championship title in 2013, then winning versus Vishy Anand in his hometown Chennai. So that was really, really a fabulous last round, because things are changing each move. Magnus over pressing and then standing up and checking Kramnik's game, but Kramnik checking Carlsen's game and then realizing that he pushed too far because he was playing Pirt's defense, super sharp line, because he was expecting Magnus not to lose, let's say to make a draw, and then he would need a win. But this sometimes happens that your actually competitor loses, but you also over push too far. So London 2012, that was a really remarkable event. They say that in penultimate round, after a loss versus Ivanchuk, so Ivanchuk versus winning versus Magnus in penultimate, then in the last round winning versus Kramnik, that Magnus has demolished his hotel room. This is what they said.
Ooh.
Yeah. Also, Niemann sometimes confirmed that when he had a tough
yes.
game, tough match like it was in St. Louis, that he'd stand to I don't know,
And he
throw
has
his
to-
anger
He had
towards
to
the
refund
furniture.
it, right?
Yeah, yeah,
to
yeah.
hotel.
So let's go to
Oh, wow.
Maxudlu versus Jordan van Foreest. I believe that everyone in Netherlands is hoping that he might win this game and somehow get to top. By the way, it's a moment maybe that we remind you about today's pairings and the standings, because then you will understand more. Yeah, the opening. Yeah, and
situation,
the opening
exactly.
choices. So Abdusattorov 5.5. So Jordan van Foreest, in case of winning his game, there might be a chance for tiebreak.
That's
Tiebreak will be in a blitz mode. Only 2 players are qualifying for tiebreaks. In case that we have massive share of 3 players, that won't happen. So let's say that Jordan van Foreest makes a draw, that David Navarra wins, and Abdusattorov loses. Then depends of this Sonneborn. Then only 2 players, they go to tiebreak, they play blitz. Sotiris, you said it was 5 plus 3, yeah. And
I don't hate that scenario because I love to see tie breaks as well.
and in case of 2 draws, then there is an Armageddon. So we have this situation.
This is the pairings for today.
Yeah.
Important first 2 boards. Nodirbek Abdusattorov taking Hans Niemann with white pieces, and Jordan van Foreest has to do his magic with the black pieces against Parham Maxudlu if we really want to have tie breaks today. These 2 players right now, we can see them on the screen. Anything can happen. It's so difficult to predict. As yesterday in the final seconds, on the 2 boards we had piece blunders, and now we have totally different scenario in the tournament. Parham Maxudlu, I love this camera angle, queen and the king, and then we have Parham in the middle. That's pretty nice and powerful camera angle.
What do you think, Keti, since it's sort of a morning round, as our tournament director, Petr Boleslav, he's taking into considerations all the details, maybe additional portion of coffee will be consumed.
Oh, we
I
have
believe
our
in the
portion
studio,
here.
yeah, in the
Cheers.
studio that will be the case.
Yes.
So we might see some players in a slower mode at the beginning of the game. Actually, I touched this topic of nutrition, that Kasparov was eating steaks.
Steaks.
Yeah, steaks, because his logics was I know the openings, and my opponent will spend some time, and then I will need energy to convert. And I'm not so interested in the first hour or 2 of the game because I feel comfortable there, so I need energy later.
And steak helps.
Yeah.
Well, in that sense, for instance, we know that sweet chocolate, any type of sweet, boosts the energy immediately next 15 minutes. But then your energy goes lower.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes actually a lot of sense.
Let's just discuss briefly this knight f3, knight fc, g3. Usually g3 is a sign of before it was chicken chess club signature, but these days people are playing g3 not to make a draw, not to be afraid of his opponent or their opponents giving them a check. The point is to now to postpone some liquidations. That's how this g3, bishop g2 became a top choice for most high-rated players. g6 transposing to Greenfield, and actually this might kill a game a bit, since after knight d4, bishop g7, c4, there are known ways how to liquidate. So I'm not surprised that Parham takes by the queen. By the way, yesterday he wrote me a message that he was checking our broadcast.
Parham?
Yeah, everyone. I told you that Mamedyarov is watching, everyone is watching.
Oh my goodness, I just mentioned about this Pink Panther, remember?
Yeah.
No. Did he mention something about this? Now I feel so bad. so guilty. We should also tell him why we were laughing the other day and which music we had in mind.
Yeah, exactly. And he mentioned that in his game, let me try to get this game. We were analyzing with Sasikiran. I will go back to our previous round. So it was, hang on, where is it?
Around
here, yeah. So he played bishop h5, and we were sort of condemning him not playing f5. But then I explained that I'm not the one who is using engine, and I need to switch from one game to other, and I don't have time to dig in. But I sense that there is a reason why those top players, they are not playing something. So he mentioned here that f5, bishop c6, bc6, knight e5, bishop e5, d takes e5, queen e5, f3 was his line. And now when you move the queen, white is recovering a pawn. And then d4, and he stopped after bishop d2. That was his line.
Very close of what we said.
But I didn't see actually. We were just saying that, I don't know, black is better here. But now there is a crucial move, 2 exclamations mark, which actually wins for black.
Oh, wait, give me a second. Maybe I need to wake up by solving this puzzle moment. I would play something. The first thing that comes to my mind is knight to c3. I don't know, it's probably not the move you want me to say. Knight f2, king f2.
No, it's nothing.
Nothing crazy?
Yeah, nothing crazy.
Okay.
Like this is
Then
a
I relax.
nice touch.
Bishop h5.
Yes,
Five,
bishop
yeah.
h5. It's so easy to miss it. So take a look. From this position to see bishop h5 coming at the end, it's not simple at all. So as I said, sometimes we are just discussing by a feeling, but they need to dig deep. So that was Parham's explanation, and I want to take him for that.
Yeah, wow, very nice. Very nice that he's finding the time to check out the commentary. But I know that they are quite often following the interviews, what the other players say. So this is also part of their preparation.
Yep. So again, in David Navarra versus Aravind, we have a similar position like Niemann versus David Anton yesterday. So this g5 and everything. It was a little bit different because b4 was not played so quickly. Here, okay, black is counting to create some aggression on the king side. What do you think, Keti? Is this connected with tournament standings?
I was actually thinking when I looked at David Navarra how the things are going for him. He looks very sharp today. He's in a suit and this beautiful chest tie, which actually is quite amazing. We appreciate that he always brings some chess element, and David is very thoughtful about it. To answer your question, I think yes, it affects the standings of the current situation, and somehow when it's the middle of the tournament, a lot of things are happening, but you're trying to focus on the current moment. But this is already the final moment, and sometimes we just regret some decisions or some blunders. So. It's so interesting because most of the players, they had such a fantastic tournament, and it might be a little bit blunder in somewhere and they lost the game. Or the other day they win the same way. So yeah, interesting event for us. I don't know what's the reasoning of it. Let's say Hans Niemann, he played amazing tournament. He had always plus in his games, but yet again, he just won his first round in the previous game, right? Round 8. Same goes with Gukesh. He really showed his very good preparation and had in several games better opening, but yet again, he has not scored any victory, and we already went to the final round. Although we're so grateful that he gave us his thoughts about the tournament in the interview, and that was very, very nice of him. Then going to the person, for instance, Jordan won for said a fantastic tournament, and now he's fighting to get the tiebreak. So
Yeah, I
a lot
just
of
want to say
dramas
to
here.
have first place, the first place fight. It's so hard. You need to play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 good games, and then afterwards you have one bad game, and still it's required that you keep on with exceptional play. Okay, so let's check Keimer versus Yakuboyev. Knight f3 came as a slight surprise to Nodirbek, and we have again this Catalan b5 in my blitz game. In the VIP business tournament I played here b3. That's how the game went. AB, CB, AB. That was actually how I played. Of course, it's not the best. Sorry, I played rook d1. It was funny game actually. I will just show you.
Which game is this?
This was the game in this VIP Blitz tournament, rapid
not the
tournament.
last.
I
Yeah,
had
yeah.
it. Something like this was the way. I think like this. And then he missed this knight e5. So bishop g2 doesn't work. So he took bishop e4, knight d7. Now I knew that bishop g2 is better, but I play bishop ed, place my rook on c6. It was a mess. Hang on. No, sorry. I play bishop f4 here. Rook c8, rook c6, g5. It was very tense game. Queen e2, rook e1, threatening
now I
to
remember.
check. Then I went here, and this was what we were discussing together with Parham. And then I sec. It was so interesting. Yeah.
I remember
the game.
this game.
Now
and
he blundered. I should have played this.
well, here's the thing that Parham had really tough tournament before this gathering, and then you were showing some of your games, and he was like, wow, they play good, and we were just joking that okay. Then he said, I have to go to prepare for my game, and we said that we hope there was a kind of good preparation for you. Now we have so many ideas.
But his tournament started to become better, right?
Yeah, he won the next game, and he was so happy about that.
So here after a4, there is this line of sacking the pawn with knight b4, knight a6, this stuff, and then a6, and some point also. There are so many possibilities here. So he went, or bishop b7, ab, a6. This is how they play. So b4 was considered bad before. Only problem is here if you go to this exchange sacrifice, because here black has very nice compensation, very nice position. So knight f to d2 is a normal one. Knight c4, c5, dc, bishop c5. Okay, now Vincent is thinking. David Anton versus Gukesh. CD. Okay, knight d7 was first played by Pavel Elyanov. I played against him in Dresden 2007, this position. I played bishop f4, then I think he was playing bishop b4 at that time. In tiebreak, cd, ed is also normal. There is also queen c2 idea when after dc4 you sack a pawn with e4. So cd, ed transposing to queen's gambit declined exchange variation. Now it's transposing to Ragozin. Knight e4, e3. Okay, this is a mess. These days very popular, but these are forced lines. And yeah, Gukesh is sometimes trying to play something solid or a bit passive, but I believe that he should play this kind of chess, which is top level preparation and fighting chances, possibilities. I think this is his cup of tea.
Yeah, I've noticed that when Gukesh is at the chess tournament, if he's with his second Gajewski, or sometimes he's with his father, they always accompany him until the playing venue. They never enter to the playing venue, but they always walk with him to the playing venue. This I have noticed. I don't know what is the idea behind it, but while I was walking back to our studio, I saw actually Gajewski waiting for the elevator, but he actually never really entered to the playing venue.
Let's check the challengers.
Yes.
Or let's stay with masters, but with mosaic, this multi-view that you see. What do we have? So Abdusattorov versus Niemann, a positional game. Then in Maksudlu versus Jordan Faforest, Parham is trying to avoid this Greenfield Fianchetto liquidation stuff. Aravind versus Navara is okay, and an interesting one, because David is trying to get this attacking chances, but now I would say that it's not about attacking white king. Usually that's the case when the pawn is on h3 and black can push his g-pawn very fast. Now it's about Capablanca's style, how he would lock his bishop on g3. And my brain stop, famous game. Kappa was black. Oh, okay. Famous game where he locked the bishop on g3. This is one of the top 10 historical games when Kappa had his e5, d6 and g5, and this locked the bishop, and then he transferred his play to the queen side, and that missing piece, that bishop on g3, was the one factor which has decided the issue. Then, yeah, winter Capablanca, thanks to Tiris for that. Was it in winter? Yeah, and Keimer versus Yakuboev, we have this slight pressure. Yeah, so check that game, winter Capablanca.
So there is faster than Google, yeah?
Yeah, and Janovsky Capablanca, those two games you need to check because there are model games and actually requires a lot. By the way, someone was saying that Janovsky was not a good player at all. But
I love his games. I love his games.
But at that time you would need to collect some money, get a sponsor, and you could be able to play a world championship match.
Yeah, so this, I don't know how Soteris knows all these things, but he says that Winter Capablanca 1990 happened in August 15. So it was summer, but it was in Hastings, so it was cold, and
yeah, I'm always joking when someone thinks a lot that I say that he thinks like he is in Hastings, because at that time they would play it without the clock, and then Morphy would stroll around being super bored, then come back to the board, play a move in 1 minute. That's why sometimes he was blundering, because his opponents would think for 2 hours, and then Morphy would stroll around being totally bored, and some historians say that he was spending like 2-3 minutes per each move, no matter of the position. And as I said, he would get so bored, he would come back to the room, play a move to the board, play a move, and then again take a stroll.
So they had no clocks?
No clocks, and that's why I'm always laughing that or joking that he's thinking like he's in Hastings. So, one of the oldest tournament in chess history. Yeah. Then we have, as I said, Kaimer versus Yakuboev, this typical Catalan tabia, and Anton versus Gukesh. That's a mess. 2 bishops, king on f8, breaking all the principles. But this is a modern chess. Regarding Aravind versus Navara, yesterday there were some logical questions. What has happened there? And then we managed to reconstruct the game versus Jan Forest, and there was a nice mating net tactics produced by Aravind, but I believe, Keti, that it will be a moment that we show this to our viewers. You had an interview with him and with the chessboard, so if you, in case you missed this moment, now it's time to see it.
We have in the studio Grandmaster Aravind, who won his game against the sole leader of Prague International Chess Festival, Jordan Van Forest. That was quite an event, and I assume that you have emotions, and it has been quite tough. If you can just describe your situation right now, what do you feel?
I don't know, like this tournament has been, like completely like topsy-turvy. Like I'm, like for instance, like yesterday I was completely winning, and I played a very good game, but with one single move I like lost the advantage, and it's a like tough tournament. Like, but yeah, also I'm playing good. Like I'm happy about that part. Maybe I could have converted like 1 or 2 positions like in the previous games, but like I'm happy with my play overall.
We have seen the game from the very beginning, of course, and then suddenly the game has finished, and we could not really see on the digital board what has happened. So you are one of 2 people who knows what has happened, and if you can please show us the final part, and also if you can describe the before what was happening in the game.
So like in the opening he surprised me with d4, which I'm not like aware of. I don't know where it is. Yeah, here it is. Mm-hmm. But I think like I don't know if I reacted well. Like I took on d4 and played queen bishop g4. Maybe it was not his prep, I guess. Maybe because like he spent like almost half an hour like to go queen e5. I don't know, but I could not like refute it like for white. But yeah, like I think the next critical moment like came at the end. I think it was like equal like almost throughout the game. But at the end, like I was trying to put some pressure on the b pawn, and maybe he could have actually at this point played knight to f5 actually, like here. Yeah, he could have actually played knight f5, I thought, and the position should be equal, I guess. But I think the crucial mistake was knight f3. I think like after rook h6, actually it's like king is in on the table. Also like all of his pieces are like uncoordinated, and I think I played king e3 first. Yeah, I think he is losing one of his pieces, I guess. Like I'm not sure though. And yeah, I won the game with like rook h6 and in 2 or 3 moves. King e3 and rook f5. Mm-hmm. Maybe he could have tried rook f8, but I thought like rook h6, king g5, and rook h1. Mm-hmm. This is what I was calculating. It was like rook h3, then the f3 square is protected after knight e5, and I could not see a defense here. But with rook f5, I think I had to go. I think he played king g3, but like it loses on the spot, like with knight e2. If king g5 now, I think I have to go rook h3, because like his His rook is like preventing his white king from going to.
Checkmate then 94.
Yes, yes, yes.
Wow, that's nice.
So
Can you show that for the viewers? Like let's say 95. And
yeah, 94 is.
Yeah.
It's
that's beautiful.
like all of a sudden his pieces. Pieces like work uncoordinated and like also he got into this like mating net, which was actually surprising. Like and yeah, I'm happy about the event.
Yeah, was all of this because he lined up the pieces like that, or maybe he let you to activate the king even further? Although your king was always very active in this game. What was because while we were looking at this game, it was always like equal by the engine, and we thought that okay, this game gonna probably end. But when you're playing the game, it's a totally different feeling and evaluation, right? So, what do you think was his mistake here that you won the game?
Maybe like title pressure, maybe I guess. Like also he was Abdusattorov was winning like with black, so that could have like put him under pressure. Like he maybe wanted to win this game desperately, as maybe it could be his like last white, maybe I guess. But
Yeah, that's true.
so that could be one of the reasons. Like he over pushed, I guess. But I mean, the game should have ended in a draw. Like, to be honest, it's. But. I don't know at which point he actually overpushed, but like it's hard to say which moment. But yeah, he could have taken the draw, I guess.
Yeah, and this final sequence that you showed that you were winning the piece, something very similar also happened in the other game of Abdusattorov and David Navara in the very last moment when it was equal position. Were you aware of that, or you just did not have much time to look to the other game?
So I was playing in like minutes, so like of course I did not have time to look at the other game, and also when I saw that like I'm actually checkmating his king, like I mean I did not actually like look at any other boards, like, to be honest. And so,
Right, and if I may take this, what is your take now? Everything just changed for the last round, and tomorrow we're gonna have a morning round. So it is such a mess that we have as usual, and you are the one who actually did the job to change the settings of the round. Is there any just to share your thought? What is happening now?
I mean, like, anyways, I'm not. I mean, I don't think I can win the tournament, right? Like, it's impossible. So I'm not thinking anything about it actually, and yeah, like, I just want to play a good game tomorrow.
And tomorrow will be the morning round. Do you like morning rounds, or it's tough for you? And what will be like the schedule for you for the preparation and the rest?
I think, of course, like I have to change my routine a bit. Like you're playing round at 3, and suddenly we're changing the round to 11. We have to change our routine as well. But I think we are used to this. I guess we have been playing for years, so I think it's not going to affect much. But I think more than preparation, I think I will take rest. So.
Well, I wish you to have a good rest, and tomorrow another good game, and best of the luck.
Yeah, thank you.
He was very emotional, Keti, and I don't know, still under some impression of tough game and unexpected outcome.
He had this mix of happiness and the confusion and the stress, and I think that was the hardest interview I had yesterday, because he was physically shaken after such a game, and it was not any blunder or anything. He just built up this beautiful Nathan mat, which actually resulted by winning the piece. But yeah, he's such a great player and also amazing person, and obviously that's why he won the previous edition of Prague Chess Festival. He said that he wants to win it again. Obviously everyone wants to repeat the victory, because that's a different statement, right? But as now in the interview he mentioned that he doesn't have that chance anymore. So he must be a little bit more relaxed.
But anyway, to remind you about standings, let's go back. You will see that he's in a comfortable situation. I think gaining even some rating, or maybe as expected results, sort of. So he
sharing
cannot,
from fourth place with Vincent Kamar, Parham,
yeah,
Maksudlu.
which is a fine result, and in that sense, we can say that he showed once again that he's a very, very strong player. So regarding positions, Abdusattorov versus Niemann, as I said, this is a typical waiting game. White doesn't want to take on e6. Let's bring the board. So white doesn't want to take on e6 too early, because that improves. Let's bring the board for an analysis. So that improves the situation, and black also is postponing this taking on b3, since if you take immediately, then white can now impose some pressure and not being afraid even of d5, and also b5 won't happen any longer, so this knight can stay here forever since a file has been opened. In Maksudlu versus Van Forest, so Parham took a pawn, and hoping that if black takes on b2, then of course there will be some issues, and also rook b1 might, or rook b5, so bishop b2 doesn't work, and black needs to find the counterplay. Knight b4 also allows rook b5, so it's a moment to see how to exploit this activity. Pieces are well placed, but it's a pawn down, so Jordan needs to calculate how to keep up with his initiative. White can now do some useful move, but it's a question, what's a useful move? Is it okay? This one then is hanging, so he needs to find a way how to keep up. Engine says that this is not a compensation for black, but white needs to keep up finding the right moves. In Aravind versus Navara, as I said, now it's not about creating attacking possibilities, it's about locking this bishop. And we have Kaimer versus Yakuboev. e4, it's not a move you make so easily, since you are locking your own bishop, the main strength of Catalan setups, but he's counting on e5 further, and maybe using some central squares. Of course, white would love now to launch the attack, since there are no pieces in front of the king, but it's also not simple for white to bring them. And the last board, Anton versus Gukesh. Two bishops, but black needs to find a safe haven for his king. So, complicated position. Let's go to the challengers section, and
we do have more fun in challengers section, as you can see now. All the 5 games popping up on our screen. Nemeth against Yuffa, right, the middle board. We just had a piece sacrifice. Interesting game to take a look. Ganguly versus Gledura. We have this artificial castle in the position. Also very interesting, Herberg against Divya. We have this famous setup of queen and the bishop to trade the dark square. Bishop on g7. The final board, we have Pierre against Shujiner. Seems like black has accepted the pawn on g4, pawn sacrifice. This is going to be actually a very interesting game. And on the first board, we have a leader, Finek, who's a half a point ahead. Person is facing him, and we have isolated pawn. Every game has a life here.
Keti, actually, I'm impressed. I'm shocked. So if this would be a team competition, let's say that you are team captain of your coach, and then you're walking around and see those positions.
Every board has
heart attack for sure, hitting the bar and maybe maybe taking something very strong. This looks really, really crazy. By the way, there was a famous anecdote for those ones who loved them. So Croatian team was playing in some team event, and Captain Marovic, he was one of the first grandmasters, friend with Fischer and others, came to the room of each one to check what will they play. And then first one says, I will play Benko Gambit. Okay. Then he goes to another one who is board 3, who is also black. He says that he will play, I don't know which kind of gambit, let's say, I don't know, like Yenish Gambit. And then the third one comes and say that he will play Central Gambit, this to B2. And this guy in disbelief says, the match hasn't started yet and we are 4 pawns down already. So if this would be the case that your team captain, come on, this is really, what's this? You mentioned Gledura, Rook on A6, King not castled. Here in Nemeth versus Yuffa, Queen sacrifice. In Divya we have already this attack over the H file coming. Zhuzhiner, crazy attack already for Vieira. And in Finek, Bersen versus Finek, what might happen that we will need to wait for 5 more moves and then you will get a deadly attack already even there.
I love it. I love it, especially this early morning. Shall we take a look at Nemeth against Yuffa? Because I have seen this opening. I had this one in my preparation and I know that this is not good for white, although it looks that white just captured the queen. And this was something that I had in my preparations and never really happened in real life. I can't believe that I'm seeing it right now here.
Crazy. So it was Ragozin which transposed to this Vienna line, which goes after dc4. There is e4 or bishop g5 or e4 and then bishop g5. So queen a4 check, e4, bishop d7. Yep, this was a crazy line and we have this sacrifice, but Keti, this seems to be totally lost for white.
Yeah.
Really? So he misplayed it in 2 moves. So it's already...
You should not take on g5.
It's already... He mixed it with the Botvinnik line of Queen's Gambit declined or Slav defense. So this knight e4 just kills the line and it's game over and you will end up in some books of miniatures. That's totally lost, because if you take bishop c, king e2, probably knight d4 first. Do I need this? Probably I do. You come here, I can take now on a1, but probably there is even a better move. I can take on a1. I was just showing this concept, but there is a better move. So probably now...
I think at some point you can just take on d8, yeah?
Because when rook moves, there is knight f5 or bishop c6 stuff. Let's say that we go rook c1. So,
knight f5.
Bishop c6 maybe.
Bishop c6, okay.
If I go bishop c6, you go rook c3. I can take the queen, but maybe you're holding here.
It's the thing is, there's always something better than the other
variation. Yes. So for everything is good.
Everything is good,
But there is, after rook c3, there is a better move. And that should be... something with the rook. Is this a move? No, hang on. I need to calculate. So this knight is on my way. Yeah, b4 can be a move, but I don't believe, because rook c4. So I would say that this is not a move. If I... So knight f5 was a move.
But we just sacrificed the bishop, right, on c3?
Yes, so and this wins. But you see how sometimes it's not simple. Rook h5, I don't see a point. It's so easy for engine, huh? Not so simple. So knight e5 is not the best move in the position. That's surprising. That's a really surprising thing. So all the moves with this piece are considered, but knight b3 is not an option. Knight c2 is not.
No. Knight f5 is only move here. The other moves are not working.
Ah.
Yeah.
So, but here instead of that, I have better move, right? So bishop c6 is a wrong move. Probably b4 or no.
After
b4.
knight c3, the current position, we can maybe
Move the
look
bishop
with
after.
the- So b takes, bishop takes, king e2, rook d8 is the best move there.
Maybe this, I don't know.
Rook to c1. What you played rook to c1, right? Takes rook to c1, and here knight
Bishop
f5.
b2 or
Knight f5 instead of bishop c6. Knight f5. King goes on e2, and you take this bishop on a5.
not so
And
simple, but also logical to lock this bishop.
So basically, you have two pieces, two minor pieces against queen. And because there is no coordination between white pieces, king is exposed. You have beautiful, strong pawns on the queen side. This is pretty nice position.
Let's
for
go
black.
to the standings and then to pairings. Since if Yuffa wins this one, then he has some chance, let's show, to overtake or to catch Finek. Finek is playing with the black pieces versus Bertsen, and we can see the pairings. It's not so simple for Finek any longer, so we might get a tiebreak here. Possible one.
Tiebreak, fighting for the Masters ticket.
Let's show this situation in Bertsen versus Finek. I will try to remember and to show you one great game, fabulous game. Let's say that I set up a position. So knight c6, okay, bishop pawn takes 6, bishop d3, castles, b3, h5. No, rook e8. Okay? Bishop b2. Take a look. That was a famous game. Luka Lenic. He was 26-60 versus Ognjen Cvitan, Croatian GM. Bishop takes h2. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm showing this in my classes sometimes. Knight
gift.
g4. If you go down, it's game over because queen h4 you need to run away. But then I can take this guy and then I can go back and everything wins here. I'm not sure that this is the exact position, but just to show you the motive. So king needs to go up.
Yeah.
And this is something people tend to forget, especially on a lower level, that king can go to g3 in those setups.
Yeah.
Now the best move, I'm not using engine, I think is h5. You are preparing h4. That king runs away. And now Keti, I think there was an idea. I'm trying to recall how it. Maybe knight was already on e2. Knight on e2. Let's say something like that. Queen g5. This position. f4. Queen e7. This kind of position. Let's say that this is position. h4. Fabulous stuff. Queen e7, white played. In this position, queen was on d8, and before, here black played queen e7, this position. That was the game. And you know what he missed?
What?
After h4, he missed. This is a fabulous stuff. Fabulous stuff. And this is how black wins. And this is how black wins. This is the only motive how you win in that position.
But probably e3 pawn was guarded, yeah? Because you also have queen.
Yeah. So maybe queen was on d2.
Yeah.
Queen was on d2. Let's say,
Instead of rook c1.
Let's put this. So queen on d2.
Yeah.
And now...
Oh, it's beautiful.
And queen e7 wins. because after queen d2 you give this checkmate.
Beautiful. We can make the final position.
You can check this game. Lenic Cvitan, so Slovenian grandmaster. He was an IM. I was witnessing that position. It was in one round robin in Croatia, in Rijeka, 2005, I would say. So that was the motive missed by black. And this is the only way how you win. Queen e7 and
He
queen e4.
missed this?
And he missed it and he made the draw.
Okay.
He played something else and didn't see this queen e7, queen e4 motive.
I have to admit that I've never seen this motive in my life, and I have seen a lot of puzzles. And
This h5 is great because, first of all, what people tend to think that after sacrifice you need to give some checks. So h5 is the first important thing, but it only works when the rook is on the e file because sometimes he runs away. Check that game. You can even find it in the database. Fabulous thing. So this reminds me immediately about that game because it's a possible scenario. Was a possible scenario.
Yeah. Okay. That's
So
interesting. So that's actually just what you have demonstrated means that the isolated pawn structure has a lot of tactical motives, a lot of life, and this game has a huge potential to become something really sharp, especially when Finnick realizes that Yuffa is already winning after like 40 minutes of the start of the round.
yeah, I was trying to explain in previous days. I'll also touch the Queen's Gambit Netflix series, how Anna Taylor-Joy, an actor, was reading a lot in that series, some chess stuff solving. So basically, especially Magnus. So what grandmasters? What do? We collect this. I call this universe dust. So we collect all those things and somewhere. So I was there. I witnessed that game and I analyzed this, and it stays somewhere in back of my mind, and I might use it somewhere. So more you collect, more things you see, you will maybe use it at some point. But the problem is I haven't shown this for like 15 years, and then I just saw it.
I have the same, like what you have just described of the position of Yuffa against Nemets. I know this exists. I have seen it because that was in my home preparation. Never happened, and you somehow forgetting it. But the moment you see the position, everything just comes back, and you memorize all the lines. When I was walking from the playing venue to our studio, I walked by the first board of the challengers, and Finnick was sitting there. His opponent was not there, and he was completely covering his eyes, trying to concentrate. He was not moving, just getting locked into this game. And I thought that, wow, this is actually so professional from his side. He's trying to be so focused.
So what's basically Thomas doing? He's playing this bishop to b2, and then he wants to go knight e2. Frankly speaking, I'm surprised of this bishop c6. I never seen this. So why bc6 is worse, I really don't get it. I would never have taken with the bishop on c6, but I'm an old school, as you could notice in previous days, that I'm old school player. I like to follow the classics. So bc6 must be the move according to previous knowledge, that you need to have this Russians were saying this isolated pawn pair. Hanging pawns are c5, d5, and when you have pawn on c6 and d5, this is isolated pawn pair. So
that's actually very
So,
well
but
said.
you take with the b, and then at some stage you transfer it to hanging pawns. Okay, bishop c6. What to do? Strange, because if you're having isolated pawn structure, you should keep the dynamics. Exchanging pieces favors white, and also what's important here, this bishop c6 is a important strategical moment, since in isolated isolated pawn structure, you don't need bishops, you need knights. And okay, maybe only hope and main hope for black is that he wants to get rid of this d pawn and then playing with this martial compensation.
Yeah, that's actually what I thought too, that he just wants to get rid of the pawn on d5.
In Herbeck versus Divya, so as I was saying, h4 should be played. My advice to beginners or intermediate players is that when your opponent have fianchetto bishop, 9 out of 10 times it's not bad to exchange it. So if you are white, just go for it. Or in English, opening with black, go to h3. Because long term, it seems now that black has managed to improve his position her position since she's playing pawns on the dark squares and she got rid of the dark squares bishop. But long term, it's a huge difference in this pawn is on g7 or g6. Sooner or later, this weakened position of black's king will start to tell. So long term, always there is some counterplay for the side, but you need to keep the queens on the board. I know this from close Sicilian, I know this from Pierce defense, from many openings where it seems illogical to exchange that bishop, but as long the position is not locked, as long the position is flexible, it's 9 out of 10, which helps you also, since you will play some opening and you will get into the position, bishop h6 will be a possibility, and then you might remember, yeah, that Jankovic was saying that bishop h6 is not so bad, let's go for it. So this is how it helps you when you're playing. Biere, this looks crazy. I love those positions with white, so...
Shall we see what was the opening?
It was this ratty stuff, e6, e3, and usually they postpone it a bit, but the concept of g4 is there in combination of this dark square bishop. By the way, regarding fianchetto, if you have fianchetto, it goes along with the same color of your pawn. So e3 goes along with b3, e6 goes along with b6 because your bishop will be on b7, g2 goes along with d3, g6 goes along with d6. So this setup is typical, and when the bishop moves, you play this g4.
Do you know, I'm extremely happy to see this, and right now I'm gonna share directly to my team this game because we are preparing a course on this Reti opening with g4, and it's amazing to see this playing at this level, right? By the grandmaster. So I'm super excited, and yeah, cannot wait to see the outcome of
this
the opening.
g4 came, I would say, first came as an opening from semi-Slav defense. So c6, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, e6, semi-Slav, knight d7. Meran is bishop d3. Sometimes people tend to think that bishop should go to e7, and I see this many times in lower level games, but the point is you must come to d6. Why? Because, for example, in this position you need to have e5 move. So after e4 you need to have e5 move, or for example, let's say castles e5. You need to have it, because if you take now on c4, or you have in this position which I just shown, if you don't have e5, let's say that you play your bishop to e7, let's say like this, this is always better, let's say, I don't know, like some move, always better for white, always. So when white manages to go e4 and then afterwards e5, it's always better for white. So that's why placing your bishop on d6 is necessary. How this anti-Meran came, so here they were postponing this bishop development, because after queen c2, if you take, I'm taking it in one move. While placing on d3, I need to spend some time in the meantime. So queen c2, now dc4 is not valid. You need to go bishop d6, and now this g4 came, this Shirov-Shabalov attack. I was playing this a lot. I loved it. This is maybe the first appearance of this g4, if I know it correctly. Then you have it in Philidor. That would be the second opening where this stuff have arisen. So here there is this g4 move, or maybe even immediately g4, and it became a normal line. Also h3 g4. Then some players were a bit fed up with g4 and fourth line, so they said let's play h3 and g4. But the problem is, after g4, if your opponent doesn't take it, you should go g5 and then push h4 h5. So here h3 g6 g4 is another way, but then after g5 I spent a tempo. So here, and then all those lines where white is postponing d4. So let's say I'm playing like against Slav defense, but I'm not playing d4, trying to exploit the open diagonal, and then all those g4 setups came to the practice. I love this position. I'm always white in those, so I would be very worried with black. Ganguly versus Gledura. I'm a big fan also of rook lifts, my favorite stuff in chess. And here we have this fabulous one where usually rook belongs to f8, but here in Fischer random style
Rook
we have it on
stands
g6.
better on g6.
Yeah, not. I said that I will say Fischer random from time to time. So in Fischer random stuff, now this rook is on g6, which can be, of course, a fantastic brilliancy invention, but it can also be just a lousy piece. So we don't know which one will happen. By the way, yesterday we almost got this nice situation in challengers that in Gledura's game, I will just show you. So around here there was a possibility after c4 and then bc, let's say a5. Now if black liquidates, for example, both knights, we will end up this famous two knights versus a pawn. Of course, now the king should be.
Yeah, it's king is already mated.
Yeah, but
here.
they call this Troitsky line, and Troitsky line should be. Let me try to recall. The pawn on a5. Hang on. The pawn on should be stopped. Let me think.
On fifth rank.
On a4, b6, c5, c5, d5. If I'm not mistaken, this is the zone. So a4, b6, c5, d5, and also copy paste on the other side.
a4 means pawn on a5. And
pawn on a5, knight on a4.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
this is a winning one. I'm struggling a little bit to recall if I would be an interested side that I'm in my game playing for some important prize. Believe me, I will dig my memory and get it. But
can we show here the checkmate? Because
So,
it's already
okay,
let's
let's show some verse version. I will now do the bad stuff just to allow this king to run away. So he's staying away from this pawn because at some point white will lock opponent's king and then need to come with this knight and to deliver a checkmate. So the point here is how you are doing this. let's say that this is the position. I spent some time analyzing this. So let's say king g5, I go knight d5, you go king g4, I go knight f4. Knight f4, hang on, maybe knight f4 was not bad. Not best. Like this. And if you go here, I do this. This is how you push. This is the concept of pushing. This is how you push. So now he needs to go somewhere closer. And this is how you push.
And the king is already.
And let's say that king now gets locked. So this is the concept. Now I need to give this pawn a chance to move. So I will lock. Knight f6 will be a stalemate, and this knight needs to give a checkmate. So we need to come to f7, and we need to come there this way. So I can now stalemate. And that's it. It's not so hard. It's hard, but once you start working on it, it's possible to win it. I asked Gledur, I asked Benjamin at the dinner, almost you got that position. Would you win it? He said, of course not. No, but
yeah, he answered very fast. But like I think, especially that position, what he had, king already on the queen side, he could manage.
Yeah, as I said, it's not so hard. But now, if someone can check it, this Troitsky line, even if you write it in ChatGPT, you will get this position, which one is the winning zone. So going back to our 9th round, very interesting positions everywhere. Now Herbeck took a pawn. We can give you a multi-games view so that you could see the action, and slowly we will
actually take
so we
our first break, and you guys gonna have the video of the playing venue, and by the time when we're back, we will start to analyze in the masters.
Yeah, we got the confirmation. Sotiris has checked it. So as I said it I said it wrongly or not? A4, B6, C5.
You searched
D4.
for it?
This is a line. A4, B6, C5, D4, and then copy on this side. So this should be the line. If you stop with your knight in front of the pawns, you will win. So this is where your knight belongs. Okay. So as you said, Keti, let's check the games afterwards after a small break.
Check-in hotels. Vždy s pocitem hvězdy navíc.
Coming back, this is the final round of Prague International Chess Festival, and we have all the games in the action in the studio. Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic and myself, Woman Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. We had our first break, but the games got really complicated on all the boards. The leaders we have here on the screen, Abdusattorov, he's a half a point ahead of Van Forest Jordan. Abdusattorov is facing Hans Niemann, and here we have this position with opposite color bishop, but we also have all the heavy pieces and the pawns on the board. Board 2, Van Forest is going all in. He made this decision to capture the pawn on a2, and he is facing Max Sodlo with black pieces. You can also check out what is happening in that game. Every game needs our attention, and we need to go there. Alojzije, which is the game of your choice to focus?
Really hard to say, Keti. You explained beautifully how tense the situation is. We could also see you on the screen. You were at the playing hall, so yeah, you have maybe some insights. Who looks the most nervous out of them?
I found that Jordan Van Forest looks a little bit different than the other days. He was very confident. He enjoyed it, and today I felt like he's a little bit worrisome. On the other hand, Max Sodlo, when he saw this bishop a2, he was like, okay, let me focus on the game. I think he's very happy. We have Max Sodlo on the board. Somehow I sense that Finek was not feeling his best, which is understandable, that his closest rival Daniil Yuffa is winning already from the very beginning of the game. And I also noticed that Abdusattorov was walking a lot and observing the game of Van Forest and Max Sodlo. Of course, if this game ends in a draw, then he can also just call it a day and peacefully end the game, and he will get the title.
So let's check Abdusattorov versus Hans Niemann. It seems that pawn up doesn't mean much here, since this bishop is a little bit more passive than the opponent's one. But black is also safe, since to exploit this extra pawn you need to start pushing your pawns on the king side, which means that you're doing this in front of your king. So here I believe that black will switch to the d file, and we might see some massive liquidations. The problem is, being a pawn up, you should always ask yourself, or we could conclude it, what happens if we liquidate many pieces, we exchange pieces. And here the point is that with piece exchange, and I haven't even forgot about this move, now I only spotted, which actually totally equalized the game, and it's sort of forced draw. Yeah, I was telling you, even with the extra pawn f5. So please forget my story. We will erase it. Cut this part, please. No, anyway, I wanted to say, even being a pawn down, that black has great position. So it's just that draw, and we will have Abdusattorov, first player to finish his game. Player on the top. Exchanges, and
I don't know, when I'm looking at the Abdusattorov, it kind of gives me the vibe of, like, he has the energy of like Magnus and Gary together. Like, he's very very active, always very energized. I barely see him like tired during the game, always ready to start another day, another round.
Yeah, and when there is a closing ceremony, there are drawing of lots. If we would measure his speed from his chair to the stage, I think he would be like
Winner.
yeah, winner,
Yeah, and
much
this is the
above
champion's
others.
quality, right? To always
Yes.
look so fresh that you are ready to start another classical
Yeah,
game.
let's go full screen that you see this action.
Yes, and yeah, that's why probably this is kind of forced line that he saw earlier, and that's why Abdusattorov was pretty much observing and focused on the game of Max Odlu and Van Forest.
Okay, so bishop e4 was played, which actually stops black activity on the e file, but it's about now exchanging pieces. Not much will happen. We will see some rook rook e2, rook f2 stuff. Yeah, no fun. Evaluation bar says it's a dead draw, and I would say that this opposite colors bishop thing, it's something we don't have that kind of thing. Things maybe in other sports that it's a sign of game heading towards a
Yeah.
draw. That suddenly chances increases a lot. Famous quote by Boris Spassky when he was asked about his second divorce.
Yeah.
And I think it was second that he said that they got along like opposite colors bishops. He met his wife. So
Good
yeah,
description.
yeah. So he was doing his stuff, she was doing her stuff, and that was it. But the even best quote was Vasily Ivanchuk when he was noticed at some wedding, and the couple invited him to the stage to give some nice speech to the audience, and then he was thinking and said after a minute that marriage is like a poisoned bone, neither Sicilian.
Yeah, I heard
Yeah,
about
that was a famous quote. So it can go in many ways,
Yeah, well,
but you are
depends.
taking some risk.
It depends. It depends.
Okay, so Hans is thinking where to go, what to do. Hans is on -1, if I'm not mistaken. And Sasikiran is there. By the way, we have this possible player in few years, at least for challengers, but probably even maybe there is a chance that he enters very top German player, winning futures in Wijk, and it would be funny if he wins the Open tournament here and qualifies to challengers again in a month to qualify twice. That would be a great thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we get rid of the rooks, it's a draw, while having rooks on the board at least give us some chance for something besides that draw. Here you were mentioned that Parham, after, when was it? When this bishop a2 happened, around here, after this bishop a2, he took a glance at his opponent, at Jordan, saying, "You sure? Are you kidding me? You will take this guy? Okay." Big kudos for that. Queen e6, queen a4, and Parham took on a7, but now black is having a huge bunch of activity. This bishop is super strong, but of course this one still exists. Hard to say. Very nice position with the knight on d3, but black has some trumps. Going to Aravind versus Navarra, there was a g4 move at some point, was it? Somewhere, no. No, actually this was a normal position. From the beginning, Aravind is thinking. And Vincent Keimer versus Yakuboev. Hang on. Black is already much better. Vincent in huge problems. If you would tell me around here with 0.40 advantage for white, 0.50, that in 1, 2, 3, 4 moves, black will end up to almost -2.
Ooh.
I would say no chance.
I want to play that opening.
It's not about
With
opening,
black.
it's also about like Vincent, you know, this type of position is something he knows so deep that I'm shocked that this had happened. Knight b6, knight a5, maybe first step into the wrong direction. Knight a to d7, knight e5, and suddenly locking his bishop and allowing this d3 square. Yakuboev is now in a good situation. He needs to compose himself and find a way how to exploit this great position. Is there some trick with this knight hanging? Not yet. So how to proceed? Queen d3, normal way to go. What else?
So strange. All the white moves were just so fun, right?
So black should play something subtle now, I believe.
Like seriously, all the white moves were just so fine. This knight a5, this is kind of logical move to play here. It's typical move to play here. Knight a5, control the queen side. You have knight b3. Then your knight obviously belongs on e2. Knight from b1 can go anywhere but on d2.
But e4, to my feeling, doesn't seem to be right. e4 should be played if you want to push e5 afterwards. So just playing e4 and then stopping here doesn't feel right. So after e4, knight b6, knight a5, I think it's already unpleasant for blacks, for so white. So queen d3 is not a move. I don't know, some h5 stuff, maybe too early. Sometimes queen f6 can be a move.
Yeah, I play myself these positions from Slav defense. And I don't really know how I get my bishop on g2, but you know how this goes? Like you play normal moves, and at some point you stuck, and you are like, okay, what's next now? And you are realizing that you have a worse position. Not lost, but just like worse position, even though you just made decent moves.
No, here I think the point is how to get this bishop into the play, because you cannot claim the advantage without using this piece. So is it bishop d7, but then this allows knight b7. If I move my knight somewhere to target this one, this can be tricky, because if you go to c4 in any way, bishop a6 is coming. So you need to retreat the knight, I believe. And now maybe some bishop b7 is just okay. Bishop b7, no need maybe first to move the bishop, but if I go bishop b6, you go a5. How am I including this bishop? Is queen b6 a move? Okay, he needs to calculate now, but it's not so simple. Knight d7, how am I including this bishop? If I go a5, is this a possible? Probably it is. a5 and then bishop goes a6. I don't need this knight. Knight d7. Yeah, he did it. Very unpleasant. I think that if we focus now on Vincent, even with our table cameras, board cameras, yeah, we can see that he won't be so happy at all. Yep, we can even go full screen with the board, because now he will realize that bishop a6 is coming and forget about being better. Now it's about holding. And we have a guest.
We have a guest. We will not tell you who, but you will like very much to see this player in our studio, and hopefully we'll also have a chance to go around and check out other games too, and to hear his perspective. So we are taking our tech break, and we'll be back with the
he
guest.
has a nice forehand, so let's hear. And welcome back. Yes, it's about the fastest victory. Daniil Yuffa is with us. Daniil, congratulations for your game.
Thank you, Alojzije.
Yeah, couldn't get better than this today.
Yes, this is such a serendipity. I could not, even my weirdest dream, I could not foresee and expect that it will end up like that. But to be honest, I feel very, very sorry for my opponent, because that was the line where I lost to Gukish less than a year ago. More or less, I mean, in the same number of moves. I think instead of taking on g5, I took on f6.
Let's discuss it together. So, d4 was expected?
Yes, I expected. I prepared a bit Rogozin. I didn't expect bishop g5. But the point that after d takes c4, that was exactly the same case as in my game against Gukish. I mixed up the move order. But I played queen a4 check first, and then after knight c6 I played bishop g5 and allowed him to take on c4. So basically, if you want to play this line, you have to take on g5, or you have to play bishop g5 first and then take on f6 first. I mean, but not in combination with queen a4. And after knight c6, black is already better. So that was exactly the same way how I lost to Gukish. So basically, I haven't done anything in this game, and I feel so sorry for my opponent, because I believe if he would score a draw, probably he would get a GM norm, I don't know. But I don't think he was even playing for a draw. Probably I surprised him with Rogozin, because I only played it once with black in a classical game. And
he was not aware probably of our game with
probably he wasn't aware. Then the only game I played, I lost actually, and it was also bishop g5. So when he played bishop g5, somehow it crossed my mind that maybe he's even prepared against my only single game in Rogozin. I still decided to take on c4, because yeah, like, you know, the older you get, the less the less principled you became, and you just play some old school. Like, if you prepare this, you don't change your mind during the game. You just prepare it. You just play what you prepared. So yeah.
His coach is Sergei Mosesyan. He was here in the studio. I don't know how much Movsi works with him, but Movsi was playing Rogozin as well a lot. So I think that he was surprised that there were no Yeah, true expectation.
Yeah, basically, and I don't know what to tell about the game. And the funniest part that later, after my game against Gukish in Samarkand, it was round 3, and I lost more or less in the same style. I decided to check out his interview he gave after the game, and just in case, I decided to see what were the lines he was talking about. So actually, the interesting moment that after I played b5, e5, h6, and in the game against Gukish, I took on f6, h takes g5, f takes g7, rook g8, and I played h4, which I think in practice is a little bit more resistant. That's what he has done in the game. So he played bishop h4, and I got maybe 1,000 times improved version of Botvinnik.
Yes.
So I took, and instead of taking, I decided to check if I can play knight e5 or knight e4 immediately, instead of taking on g5. And here Gukish, in the post-interview, he told that even the queen sacrifice looks tempting. Frankly speaking, I haven't checked it with the engine, and I decided to spend like 5-10 extra minutes over the board. And I found out that probably the best reaction after knight e4 is just to take on d8. And after knight c3, just to take on c3, bc3, bishop c3. King e2, play knight e4, king e3, I play rook d8.
This is what we were discussing. Rook d8, rook c1.
Yeah, rook d8, rook c1. I think I can play even knight f5.
Knight f5 is the best move, and then bishop a5. I was trying to make. I was thinking that even after bishop c6, black is slightly better, but knight f5 is the most precise to lock this bishop, and now some bishop a5.
I remember like Gukish was mentioning that line, and later he didn't say that in the interview, but I was trying to think with my own proper brain what I'm going to do after rook c1, and I decided to check knight e5. It seems very, very tempting, and I was, like you could not stand, I mean, when you have a chance to sacrifice the queen in the very last round, and just for the love of the game. So basically, I didn't even check any other options but sacrificing the queen when he played a knight g5.
So this is good for black. So knight c3. By the way, in Abdusattorov Niemann we have a draw. So we will get back to that situation. But keeping this game on. So after knight f3, queen f3, knight a4 was played. King d1. Anything special here?
Yeah, I think I win by many. Also after rook d8, I thought maybe queen f6. It's of course it's dead loss for white, but at least I have to choose where to put my rook. After queen e4, also I have a cute move, bishop c3. I don't think it's necessary to play that, but just in case, I even have bishop c3 as an option. But I decided just to go for the very straightforward line. Is the easiest. I didn't need to make this game even more, beautiful in a way. I just needed to score a full point, and I think this is pretty forced line because I think the queen is also getting trapped after queen f4. I played rook d4, and for all of a sudden, the queen has no moves. Yeah.
Fantastic final position. Yeah, you can be from aesthetical point very happy.
Yes, but actually this game was not about chess. I think this game was more about nerves. Probably he was under sort of pressure, and I had pretty much nothing to lose. And I really do feel sorry for him because it wasn't even a game of chess. So basically it was over after, I think, knight takes g5.
Yeah, but this means that you need to play a lot. You need to play against top players. You need to follow chess. You need to find ideas, be like very updated.
Yeah. Just every time you need to know what's on the agenda and what's on the pipeline.
So it's also shows some amount of work. Your tournament hasn't started so well, but in the end, you managed to win many games.
I don't know if it's sort of fate or destiny, because for the last half year, I managed to lose 3 consecutive games thrice. I mean, in 3 tournaments. So for me, it's a very rare case when I win 3 in a row. So I just need to enjoy. I know it's not gonna last for long. So today it was definitely my day. Yeah.
Your career high was 2670, something like that. Or?
No, a bit less. I think 2657 or 60.
Okay, so now you are after this tournament, I guess, coming closer.
To 2600.
No, come on. Coming closer to your peak, I believe that after the next tournament, maybe European individual in Katowice, that you will get back on the right track. How about other games? Have you followed? a
I haven't
bit.
followed much. I think Jordan game against Parham was quite interesting. Jordan
Let's
sacrificed the
stick
pawn.
to challenges regarding that group.
Okay, regarding my group, actually I have no idea what was going on in Thomas Bertson game, but I think he somehow got a very playable position.
This is very strange. I was actually questioning. I would never have taken with the bishop here. BC6 would be my instant reaction, but
Yes, I agree. But the idea that after b takes c6, e4 is a strong move,
Mhm.
and if I'm not mistaken, bishop b4 is an accuracy because after bishop e5, for all of a sudden I prepared it against probably David Navarra in one of the last Czech Extra League weekends. So basically, after e4, I think bishop e7 is the best move.
Mhm.
Otherwise, black is in a sort of trouble. So that's why probably he realized that after b takes c6, after e4, things can go south very, very quickly, and he decided to play a solid move, despite the fact that it ruins the pawn structure and leaves the bishop on c6 with no perspectives at all.
Okay, yeah, he's a kind of player who can defend.
Yes, he's
some
a
long
very resilient, very tough player, and obviously, like for a human eye, it's clear that white is better. White runs absolutely no risk, but on the other hand, it's a little bit hard to break. So basically, in the perfect case, if white manages to trade off the dark square bishops, their advantage would only increase, but it's not easy to achieve.
Okay, now we will have this maneuvering game ahead of us.
Yes, I think white is kind of a comfort zone, but
This h3 move. Okay, he wanted to play it.
yeah, I'm not sure if it was necessary. I would rather think to bring the knight to g3
Yeah,
immediately,
yeah.
maybe knight e2, knight g3. I think, and I don't know what was wrong with that actually. I think knight e2 and knight g3 is quite a typical plan
Yeah.
in these positions.
Yeah. So going back to other games, we had this rook lift, which was yeah quite creative, but now it might be all. But that was also seen in many games.
Yeah, that's a typical Caro line was when white plays c4, h4 takes on h6. Yes, and again, you know, like I see that the engine bar it shows that white has an advantage, but you know, for an old school players, like you just see that black has a free square on d5 for
yeah.
the knight, and
good
sooner or
setup,
later
yeah.
it will come to d5. And rook on g6, yes, it seems a little bit misplaced and awkward, but on the other hand, like if you would ask me what would be white's next move, I don't have a clear answer. Yes, knight g5 I was about to propose. I was thinking about knight e to g5. Maybe I'm missing something. Just to open up the queen just in case, and maybe threaten knight takes to f7 in some lines. Yes, but that's a good move. Maybe he is threatening queen to e2, hitting the h5 pawn and queen f3. Yep. Maybe white is definitely putting some pressure.
Yeah, black might need to go back to start defending totally.
Yeah, but there is no way how you can bring the rook back, so you can play rook h6, rook
Yeah,
h8.
he will need to wait for a moment.
Yeah, like
Rook-
set up the pieces.
Yes. And Herbeck versus Divya. Pawn sacrifice.
What was Divya counting for?
Not clear because it.
So basically, probably she wants to play knight c6 or knight
Okay,
e7.
but
One
that
of
takes knight c5,
takes knight c5, and we have
knight
to check
d5
if
or something.
knight e5 or
Yeah.
knight e4. Maybe it may work out.
Maybe that's her plan, as you mentioned. Now some move.
Yeah, I think you can take on e4, and then because you have f5 follow up and there is no checks.
So here taking on c6 is probably not the best. Knight c5 immediately.
Yeah, knight c5, knight takes c5, f takes c5, and both pieces are hanging, so that's a little bit unpleasant. Although engine shows the way how to stay in the game for black.
Knight g4.
Yeah, knight g4, queen retreats. Yeah, this is such a strange position.
Yeah.
Because if the queen retreats to a passive square like g1, we can even consider taking on e5 with the knight and sacrificing it.
Yeah, and after knight b7 now.
I guess the knight is not getting trapped. We can take on e3, and we always have this way back through g4.
Yeah, so knight b7.
Yeah, we just take on e3.
Yeah. Yeah. So interesting position. And she's thinking, and Bierre versus Jurginer.
Yeah, I was surprised with his opening choice. I liked it a lot. He played g4 and move 4. I don't know if it's a well-known island or not, or it looks very, very fancy and stylish. And I guess he managed to get a decent compensation for a pawn, so black is definitely lacking development, and everything looks, of course, okay, pawn is a pawn, but there must be something for white in this position.
Let's provide you standings. Maybe you can give us some thoughts about the tournament in whole. So you finished your one. Nemets had a very good result. So we will show you standings. So 6 out of 9. You can't complain much, or?
Of course, after such a bad start, I cannot complain, but you know what they've changed in my, mentality and psychology, like during the last few events, which didn't go well for me, that basically I should, like everyone, I think, should accept result as it is and don't think about the next game, but only focus on
Have you expected maybe Jonas Bierre last year? He was so close, on a verge to qualifying to the main group, then losing this tiebreak, that he would struggle a bit together with Ganguly.
Yeah, it feels like he didn't recover after his opening catastrophe against Gledura.
Yeah, and Jurginer,
she has a rough tournament, but I think she will get used pretty soon, and she's definitely in contention for the first place on the women's candidates.
And something more about Finek.
Okay, this young Czech player is without a doubt a huge prodigy. Well, I experienced it myself. I lost the direct encounter, and he played a very fine game. So I was expecting him to be a very positional player. But it turned out during the game that he can also attack, and it was quite an unpleasant
surprise.
Surprise for me. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to our masters. You know players by heart. You played against many of them. So Abdusattorov made the draw.
Yeah, he went for a risk-free line when he has this empty square on d5. It's a tricky line actually for black, because there is basically no way how you can play for a win, but still you have to be very accurate in order not to get in trouble. So very wise decision by Abdusattorov. We cannot blame him for choosing less, reckless line than he chose on a regular basis. So he decided to play a risk-free game. He is a half point ahead, and I guess pretty wise decision. So yeah, he became a very mature player.
Let's provide to our viewers a little bit more insight about these positions. Pawn up. Okay, usually you grab a pawn, but then you surrender this bishop. Here, this bishop is alive, so at least king is not so in danger. But anyway, looks quite unpleasant for Parham.
Yeah, such a bizarre position because both bishops are on the initial, and also the structure is quite symmetrical. You see b2, c3, and e2, f3, so bishops seemingly having very little perspectives in the nearest future. But on the other hand, so black is threatening to take on d3 right now. So the question is how should we react with white, like say for Parham. I would consider some move like queen e3. It looks a little bit ugly, but at least we prevent knight takes to d3. I hope I don't blunder anything. I think black has a very healthy compensation. Also, g4 is in the air to open up the bishop and try to create some queen d5 threats later. So, yeah, I think queen e3 is a move. Maybe he has something stronger, but I would rather predict that Jordan won't lose this game.
How about the opening? So we had this g6
Yeah,
and then queen
played,
d4.
yeah, he played this interesting version of Grunfeld with colors reversed for white and took on d4. Normally when white takes on d4 with the queen, it means that in such structure that he's planning to go queen h4 and bishop h6. I don't know what happened in the game, but queen d4, this is what I've never seen that in my life. So, and he played e6, I think, after queen e4. No, sorry, he played queen b6, decided to sacrifice the pawn. After he then c3, rook a8, I guess, and knight e1. Knight e1 was a very interesting move. I didn't expect that. Maybe there was nothing
Very
better.
interesting game. Queen e3 was played by Parham. Your prediction?
So he wants to stabilize with an extra pawn, but there must be something for black with such compensation, such activity.
And Aravind versus Navara, these days this g5 is happening so often. Sometimes it's the idea to attack, to go all in, but it can also be this Winter Capablanca style to lock the bishop. Are you a fan of that setup for black?
You know, actually, I don't like to, you know, overextend the structure on the king side on such an early stage, but that's why, for example, if I would play black, I would rather play h6 and in order to prevent bishop g5 by all means. And I think also after bishop g3, this line happened in quite a few games recently. I think one of the games was Frederick's one against Vincent Keimer, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Vincent managed to castle long and get and eventually get checkmated. I think this h6 g5 overextension, yeah, this is a very modern way of playing, but this is simply not my cup of tea.
Yesterday was a painful loss for David, but it's possible to lose that kind of a game, and big kudos to Nodirbek to impose pressure for a long time.
I talked to him on the dinner, and he told me that he was just too tired of defending this position, and so this is pretty understandable why he blundered the piece.
And Vincent getting into deep problem.
I think he just
e4. I think
he forgot the opening, because I think the main line and the risk-free line, I think you must play, knight c4, c5. If I'm not mistaken, there is takes, and knight, and bishop e3 is a move for knight e3, something like that. I cannot recall.
Yeah, at this moment I said that e4 if you plan to play it without pushing e5 later, just to stay on e4 is something which...
I guess in general there is nothing wrong with e4, but this move is very committing, so you already weaken a vital d4 square, and you need to prove your advantage with a very concrete measures, because otherwise you can end up being in trouble. I think this is what eventually happened in the game.
Yeah, and now I think very subtle play. He wants to get the bishop on a6 at some point, or b7, so he needs to get rid of this knight. And a5, very precise. I'm not using engine, but I was trying to find the right setup, and actually this is a natural.
It's quite obvious.
Yes.
I think black has a huge advantage. They're about to win.
Very tough position.
Because white lost too many tempis. Black managed to get everything they were dreaming about, and also, like, we would rather brought back. I think I would rather bring back the pawn backwards to e2 on the initial square.
Yeah, as I said, if the point was to push further, then I would understand. But now,
I think this line was, because it's a very concrete line, and if it's out of memory, it can go in a very wrong direction, especially if you commit with e4.
This I was explaining that this b5 came as some new idea 15 years ago, with the point, if after a4, b4 you go or knight e5, then is this nice sacrifice, which usually fits well. And then the player started to play several ways after a4, b4, bishop g5, knight bd2, everything happened. And as you said, somehow it's semi-forgotten, but because the people play bishop b7 mostly, right, instead of b4 these days.
Well, nowadays, yes, but bishop b7 I would never play in my life, because I know even if the objective evaluation is that black holds a draw, there is no chance to win this game for black. and you have to play very, very accurately. So yes, you play a6. Yeah, then white gets the pawn on c4, black pushes c5, they have a huge activity, and it ends up in some of the endgames like with an extra pawn, but this pawn never moves anywhere.
Okay, and the last game, David Anton versus Damaraju Gukesh. This profile of the game and the openings, like he's having the last 2 rounds yesterday and today, suits him, I think, more than some previous rounds.
I agree. I think he played Rogozin today.
Yeah.
And, you know...
it was actually... okay.
It was 497,
yes,
but it was exposed to some of Rogozin lines. Yeah. I think I had this g5, bishop e5 against Erwin Lamy in Bundesliga a couple of years ago.
This is where I think he feels comfortable.
Okay, pair of bishops. I think he a little bit misplayed in the opening, at least from my perception. But now he managed to stabilize, has a pair of strong bishops. Of course, these knights on c5 and e5 are no joke, but we're known, like, it's known to be that that the pair of bishops is in 99% of cases is stronger than the pair of knights. So this is basically how you can evaluate this position from the practical perspective. And also, it's not easy to make a move for white because you rather would not commit to push any of the pawns. And on the other hand, black probably has some way to improve the king side by playing h5 sooner or later. I think I would expect some maybe a4, b5. White needs to do something very, very quick in order not to get into trouble.
Yeah, somehow David Anton is not in a great situation. This game yesterday was a tough loss versus Hans Niemann.
Yeah.
So it's not an ideal situation for him.
But David Anton, I know him, I think the first game I played against him was in 2016. Since then we played maybe 6 or 7 games and all of them ended in a draw, which is quite uncommon for me.
For you, yeah.
Yeah. But he became probably the only player whom I played so many games and none of us managed to win a single one. But he's a very, very tenacious, very resilient player, and he's very, very resourceful. So I think this game will be very, very intriguing.
What's your greatest scalp? You had many good results in youth age. You were junior champion?
No, never. I wasn't even close. Okay, I think among youth, I managed to win a couple of medals in the world and youth and European youth. Later, I didn't have many great achievements. Okay, once I was in a tie for the first place in Gibraltar Masters.
So what's your biggest scalp? Against whom you consider?
Okay, you mean rating-wise and classical?
Okay, yeah. What you consider? It can be also some player who was not at the top at that time, maybe like, but also.
Okay, I remember I won a game against Prague when he was 11 years old. Does it count?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I had many interesting games, many remarkable games. I cannot specify one of them. So. And also, I don't want to put any of the chess players in a bad situation because I don't want to make their reputation bad because people will watch and see, okay, they managed to lose to such a patzer like you.
Come on. Yeah, you're not a patzer at all. In general, this tournament, how do you find it? Which memories you will take?
I'm very happy finishing with 3 consecutive games. And yes, I was following your broadcast and we had a very nice paddle match between 4 of us with Parham and Nodirbek. Looking forward to repeating it pretty soon and also
here,
in Katowice. So I think that was one of the greatest memories also. I got new friends in Prague, so I think it was quite, productive.
Did you have time to take a stroll a bit? I know that you're interested also in art, in history.
Yeah.
Music.
Especially music, because, Prague is one of the most musical places of Europe. Mozart, I think he gave one of his first concertos in Prague at the age of 10. He was known to be a prodigy at his time in 18th century. Also some famous Czech musicians live there. For example, Anthony Dvorak, Bedřich Smetana, and so yeah, you know, Czech, music-wise and chess-wise, and also if we can also recall chess players like Richard Reti. I think, yeah, I don't want to make a dubious mistake, but I'm pretty sure that Reti is from Prague.
Yeah.
Maybe Rudolf Spielmann, but I might be wrong. Maybe he's from Vienna. So yeah, and also yeah, Czech Republic has a great Czech and chess and musical traditions also in sports.
Solo Floor, I think, was
maybe
from,
Solo Floor.
yes, and there are.
For me, it's much easier to recall the football players from Czech Republic.
Okay, regarding football, what do you like to follow?
What I like to follow.
You're a vivid fan of Arsenal.
Yes, I'm a diehard fan of Arsenal.
And Eze plays chess.
Yeah, I would love to get an opportunity to play him once. And I know he's a much stronger player than in comparison Trent Alexander-Arnold, because I think he played some exhibition match against Magnus, and I don't think Magnus was quite happy of his level of play.
Borna Sosa, who plays for Crystal Palace, and he was playing with Eze at the same club, and you met him in London, said that Eze is around maybe 1400 on chess.com, while Borna is 1800.
Oh, okay, so
yeah,
Borna must be
Borna is a better player in chess, and but Eze likes chess.
It a lot, yeah. He's I think he's a very pragmatic player on the pitch. I think he.
And you have Zubimendi as well. He also
plays.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Okay, so let's just briefly check. Do we have something? And we have something, I believe. What's going on?
Yes, I was about to say that something is the game is getting
let's
even
go
more
full
exciting.
Screen. Let's now bring a board and get the full screen. What's going on since engine bar is getting crazy? Let's show Jordan.
But what happened? Can you explain me please once again? Knight takes b3. I mean, just how they got into this position.
So
Queen b3,
Queen b3, rook d2.
He blundered knight
c5 and rook d8 is a check.
Yeah, like I was about to say that he tried to keep composure and keep the poker face, but now it's I think it's quite evident that he just blundered knight c5. Yeah, that's what the rough.
Just once again, so the game is basically over because of.
Yeah, knight c5 is just
is a threat. Yeah. So he didn't see that this is coming. Unprotected piece and rook is no longer.
Yes, but on the other hand, after knight c4, white either resigns or plays knight c5, because I don't see what he could have missed.
Queen
e7, rook e8, I guess, no? And maybe then
maybe sacrifice. Maybe he was thinking that this is some kind of exchange sacrifice or what? I don't know.
I don't get the point.
Yeah.
Also, after queen to e7, we can give a queen b6 check, protecting the rook, and knight e2 is hanging. So black has plenty of options. I cannot understand what did he miss. So you know, sometimes it happens like it's just an eclipse, and you miss pretty much everything in the position.
It's possible that he missed that this is coming with a check, that he wanted to go into
that
this
he forgot
position.
about rook takes to d8 intermediate move. Oh,
not likely, but this can be because this position we can consider with some initiative for black being a pawn down.
I know, in my opinion, if Jordan would exclude some huge blunders in his games, I think he would be close to 2800. Because I think the game he wins them very, very smoothly. Like he outplays, he's an extremely classy player, and also he's a hard worker. I know him.
I was witnessing one of the craziest game in my commentaries, and actually I reminded him a bit about that game. It was versus Daniil Yuffa, right?
Yes, I was completely outplayed by Jordan, but he just blundered probably a piece in 1 or in 2. So, and it made me think that if he just excludes this 1-2 moves blunders, he would be very, very close to 27.
So it was European individual, it
Yeah,
was a
last year,
tough
yeah.
game, but he outplayed you somehow and then completely lost.
Yes, he
lost
outplayed
in
me.
one.
I ended up in a endgame like rook knight against rook knight, but I was a pawn down and the position was horrible. And I think my chances to make a draw were like super tiny. And he just blundered a piece in one. So I don't know. It sometimes happens to actually many of us that it's not about calculation. It's about like something strange that crosses your mind in the moment. You cannot get rid of this, and like it feels like it's sort of eclipse that you stop seeing the board at all. Like
Yeah.
it's not about even losing the concentration. You can like I had a very similar blunder against Thomas Bertsen in round 7. But it was not such a severe blunder like what we just witnessed in Jordan's game. So I just feel very, very sorry for him.
Let's show also Parham. Is he totally aware? Is he at the board? No. Okay, we can stay a little bit with this
I'm
view.
curious to see how much time has Jordan on clock? 56 minutes.
Yeah. While Parham was on 14.
Yeah, it looks like Jordan was trying to flag Parham during the game, yeah?
Sometimes, Daniil, when we are... Sorry to interrupt you. Sometimes when we were following the games, it's not so simple to understand your process of thinking what was missed at some point, and that's why we need this post-mortem analysis, because then many things get revealed.
Mm-hmm. I think it was just an eclipse. Maybe you're right that he just missed that rook d8 comes with a check. So horrible, horrible day for Jordan.
What's your opinion regarding, I don't know, chess 20 years ago or 30 years ago? Were the players blundering equally enough, or now the stress, not the stress, but I would say the amount of information, it's so big, so huge that you're overexhausted with all the lines, all the things you need to follow. Level of play, players are defending so much better than 40 years ago that this actually sometimes brings unexpected blunders because players are under so huge, I would say, tension, pressure, and high class chess.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Maybe nowadays, because nowadays it's more about theory and less about practice. Basically, if the first stage of the game is opening and you have to get a game, because I played many times against 2300 level players, and I found out during and after the game that they just knew lines better than me. This is all about like an access to the information. So nowadays you have chess-able courses, you have like different types of information, and in order to to close the gap and to make it shorter, you need to work a lot at home in order to work basically against this recently published courses. So I'm not one who who buys these courses from different platforms. I rather prefer analyzing myself. It makes me think that, for example, the conclusions made by myself during the analysis are more valuable than the ones made by someone else in the course. And basically, the publishers, they insist that their assessment of position is better than ours. Of course, we have high quality courses because I had a couple of them. I think they were made by Ivan Cheparinov, and I like them a lot because, okay, Chepa made a very, very great work on different lines. Like, I think Sveshnikov, King's Indian, and also there were the lines that he understands very deeply because he was playing them throughout his career. And speaking of the level of resistance, how well people defend, and if we try to compare like the defensive resources 30 years ago and nowadays, I think nowadays it became much more difficult to win a game of chess, I think. But okay, I'm just 29. I cannot compare because I was not witnessing what was going on in the 90s.
I was witnessing, I was witnessing, and what I've noticed that here you need to outplay players sometimes 2 or 3 times in the game. So you are actually excelling at something with something great, but then you need to convert it, and for that you need to show something exceptional.
You know, I just feel that I just jinxed Jordan because that was the only prediction I gave, that I feel that he should not lose this game.
Yeah.
So it's better not to give any predictions because, yeah, I think I owe him a beer at least.
Yeah, and I think it's a great chance that we have you in the studio, Daniil, because I was part of that, let's say, process, but in recent times I'm not. So tell us now, you have your own database, as you said, so you believe in your analysis. It's not about collecting all the possible stuff around the world. You want to have your ideas, your novelties, or your assessments. How about seconds? How about people with whom you can work? I would say that 30 years ago it was not so important to connect with other people, but these days I have a feeling that a lot of people are connected, GMs, and they are exchanging information.
Yeah, probably yes. Actually, I don't have. I never had, and currently I don't have any second. But I used to help some of my friends. So and basically, so I used to work with Vladimir Fedoseev, with Kirill Alexeyenko. Also spent some time working with other different GMs. And but I never hired a second in my life. First of all, because I didn't have enough funds to allow, you know, a second during the tournament, because it's quite costly, especially if you want to hire someone strong.
So sponsors,
it's not gonna
think about investing something in Daniil.
Well, yes, just for the love of the game. If you want to see some queen sacrifices, yeah, you're very welcome. But yeah, speaking of seconds, and I think it's quite pleasant to have someone who thinks about chess and lives chess, and also I think it's even more valuable if someone doesn't share the same point of view as you, and you can, let's say, have you can discuss it, you can try to reach like you say, an agreement to draw up some, you know, conclusion. You try to I think it helps to analyze chess better if you have someone who can work on chess, share some ideas, share his thoughts. And also I think the most important part of being a second is to be very, very sincere with your with your I don't know, I cannot call a student, but the one whom you work for. Because if you are not sincere enough, and for example he had a tough day, he lost the game, he's upset, I think basically you need to develop a very specific approach to every player, because chess players are different. Because for example, when I used to work with some coaches, I hated the most when I heard after the game that, okay, something went wrong, but in general you played well, because I know that I played a terrible game, and the thing I want to hear from the coach is the truth. I don't need I don't need consolations. I need the truth, and I need to know what exactly I should be working at. So basically, the best communication between the second and the chess player is when the second is sincere. He like admits, and he tells you what were your, like, let's say, weak points of the game, what were your strong points, what should you work on. So basically you need to be sincere, and also you need to understand chess deeply. So I think this combination allows, I mean, chess players to be good seconds, at least in my perspective.
Were you invited because it's a profile, so you're 26, 50 around, you're very interesting for top players. Were you invited to be involved in their training process?
Not much, not much. No, because I used to stick to work only with my friends, and I don't think I'm a very social person. So of course I'm always trying. I always try to be frank. I always try to be sincere, open. But you know, sometimes probably you also know that you can get tired of chess community, and actually I rather to prefer to have friends outside of chess, because anyway chess, I mean my life like my vast majority of life consists of chess, so I need some, time out of chess. So
You live in Spain?
right now I live in France.
In
near
France.
to Paris.
Yeah, you said.
Yeah, but I go to Spain for vacations to visit my family. So probably the next time I'll be there in the end of March, preparing for the European individual.
Okay, and the last question, profile of events. Round robin, are you playing this from time to time, basically, or?
I was quite happy when I got the rating and got the chance to be invited to Prague, as well as to Vikenzia. Vikenzia wasn't quite a successful tournament for me, and I already have some dubs that I'm gonna be invited anytime later. I think it all depends on rating, and so basically my goal was to at least, to feel the atmosphere, to feel the chess environment, and play one of these 2 round robins and try to qualify for the main tournament. Basically this is, I don't have huge ambitions in chess. I really enjoy playing chess, and I don't care if I manage to get 2700 or not. For me, it's not important at all. But I like giving a fight in chess. I just like the game.
I would disagree, Daniil, that rating is the only criterion for invitations. You are a fighter, you're playing all games with the white, with the black pieces. Sometimes you're playing games over 100 moves. With this interview, you're showing that you are open to speak about many things. So I don't see that, as I said, that rating is the only criterion, because we can see that in this tournament we don't have all the best players in terms of rating, but it's incredibly interesting.
Yes, it's incredibly interesting, but I think in order to make the best advertisements, the best publicity of chess, I would think of inviting some players with different, who share, different interests, who share, I don't know, I can't even tell you who comes to my mind, but let's say someone successful both in chess as on the other field.
Okay, just as a commentator, from my point of view, let's put it this way: I like to comment tournaments where you are playing, when you are playing, since it's always super interesting. How about team chess? My last question: do you prefer to play for national team, for clubs?
I love playing for a national team. I love to play alongside my teammates in the Spanish national team. Unfortunately, I was ruining our chances to win a medal in the very last European team individual, despite I managed to bounce back with 2 victories in the end, and we were even fighting for, I think, 4th or 5th place. I don't think taking bronze was realistic in the very last game. So yes, my teammates are just, I must give them a credit. I think we have a very balanced team, and Anton Giharra, our leader. Also, we have Jaime Sandes, Maxim Chigaev, Alexei Shirov. We have quite a squad, and I really hope that we're gonna win at least a medal on the. One of my dreams, basically, in chess is to win a medal on the Olympiad. And first of all, I need to get into the squad, because rating-wise, I think right now I'm out of the squad. But yeah, this is one of my dreams, and also I love playing team tournaments for clubs. So yes, I think the chess atmosphere on team events is more entertaining than an individual, because okay, we love football, we love basketball. Okay, of course there are people who prefer tennis over basketball, but I'm not such kind of person. I prefer team sports as well as chess. I think chess can be considered as a team kind of sport, and I think winning a medal in a team is more valuable than winning an individual medal, but I think it's a matter of taste.
Winning premiership is a done deal for Arsenal?
I don't think so, because first of all, we haven't won anything since 2004. Of course, we won some, Arsenal, some FA Cups, but I don't think it really counts. Basically, okay, Crystal Palace won. No disrespect to Crystal Palace fans, but even Crystal Palace won a FA Cup, I think, a year ago.
Borna Sosa was the one who almost scored the last penalty, but it was a crossbar.
I remember.
And Champions League?
I dream
quite a
more
draw.
about, of course, very tasty, I would say, draw playing Bayern Leverkusen round 1 and possibly Bodo Glimt or Sporting Lisbon round 2. I think basically, okay, I don't want to jinx, you see what I've said about Jordan, and he immediately blundered. But I really do hope we will reach finals at least this year, and basically this is the one, like let's say 50-50 tie against I think Barcelona or probably Atletico Madrid in semi-final, so we'll see.
Yeah, once again, Daniil, yeah, congratulations for your result. We will see which place it will be in the end. And thanks for this 5-minute interview. No, it was 40 minutes, something like that. I enjoyed it a lot. And as I said, I disagree that the rating should be the only thing to watch out. So I'm looking forward that you get more and more invitations. And we will go for a short break and then we will get back to the games.
Thank you.
In the studio, we have Grandmaster Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who has finished his game and as well the tournament. He made a draw against Hans Niemann. You are in very good position right now. If you can describe to our viewers what is happening.
Yeah, you know, I just wanted to make a draw today because I felt that I thought this is a good strategy. I mean, if Jordan wins with black, okay, we'll have tiebreak. Okay, if he wins with black pieces against Parham, okay, at least he deserves to play tiebreak. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting if we have tiebreak. I mean, anyway, I'm generally very happy with my performance overall. Didn't lose a single game. Won 3. Yeah, it was a little bit. Lucky at some points, but also I could score more by beating Vincent because I had a good advantage. Yeah, overall I think it was a very balanced tournament for me.
Today we saw that you were observing the game of Parham and Van Forest, which is quite natural. So what is the current situation right now?
Obviously Jordan is bluffing. I mean, he has a pawn down, but he's trying to put pressure Parham on time. I saw at some point when he took bishop a2, I thought before it's just very safe for white, at least going for this endgame. Bishop b3 takes.
Wait, maybe we should pull it.
Yeah, I thought at one point here actually instead of bishop f4 I was thinking b4 for Parham, bishop b3, take, and okay, black so playing this endgame, which is pawn down, and I don't think he has single chance for win, but okay, Parham went for bishop f4, and okay, he's anyway pawn down, but he has some sort of hope, you know, here. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting to follow.
All right. Can we just quickly take a look to your game as well? What was happening?
You know, I didn't try to put pressure on him. Just played very safe, solid line. Yeah, he told me after the game maybe a4 is the best move. Like takes everything, and knight d7, queen d3. Maybe white is very slightly better, but objectively black should be fine. What I played I think is also one of the options, and yeah, here I think he played the best way, knight bd7, and yeah, c3 is I think important, not to get into slightly worse position, and yeah, the point is I have this queen e3 intermezzo, and yeah, after that it's just very equal.
And to talk about yesterday's game, it was the key game that changed the whole setup of the tournament, and you took over Van Forest to lead the tournament. But it was really long game, opposite color bishop, and if you can just describe that game too.
Yeah, I played the Vienna, which is very provocative opening. Well, I think he played very logical way, and I think he got a little bit too excited after the opening. He played h4. I think his main move is either rook d1 or short castles. But yeah, he went h4, and visually he seemed very ambitious and very optimistic. But I think after knight d5 already it's black is completely fine.
I'm trying to
so yeah,
set up, but you did it so fast.
Can have a quick look. Okay, it's updating.
Yeah. Updating? Ah, okay.
Yeah. Okay, I can explain it. Yeah, so we
Just a second, because it will be so good to show this to viewers.
anyways, it was not so much, but yeah, I continued to put in pressure, and at some point he visually looked very nervous, and we got this opposite color rook endgame, bishop and rook endgame, and obviously I was trying to find the best way, but I think he resisted well up to some point, and yeah, closer to second time trouble, he blundered with g4, and yeah, I think it's very natural because I went king e6, like I go on the king side direction, and after g4 I suddenly switched to king d5, and I think it was a little bit, it was out of his, search zone. So yeah, I think we can jump into endgame directly. Yeah, here I think he found a very nice way, like sacrificing the pawn, but getting to rook to b7. So if I take, his idea is rook b8, bishop b6, rook b7, and he has all sort of ideas like bishop c6, bishop e8. And one of my, of course, key ideas is to play g5, but he always says bishop h5, after which he's completely fine, and he has a counterplay with, thanks to weakness of f7 pawn. So yeah, I think I found some practical way to continue the game, and yeah, here, as I explained, I think it was just some, I think it was out of his, radar to miss king d5, and yeah, suddenly I blocked the c file, and his rook cannot protect his bishop, and the game is over.
And also the way how you converted to give this bishop back when you sacrifice is very solid.
So yeah, I mean, it's of course there are many ways. Also, I can keep the bishop and play for mate, but I think it was the most practical way to go to completely winning rook endgame, because my king is well placed and I cut his king. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Before this tournament, you were also in Tata and you won that event, which was such a great thing. And now here seems like you are in a very good spirit, very good shape. What was the maybe preparation before getting into this shape?
Well, I didn't have so much time to prepare because I played in a freestyle world championship in Weissenhaus. So I had about a week between these two tournaments. And yeah, I did some opening work, but I wouldn't say I prepared something special. I just kept the composure, and yeah, I played as always. So yeah, it's at the end it's. I can't say it worked, but because there are still some games going on. So yeah, I mean, generally I'm very happy with my performance here. It was very solid, and at moments I kept fighting well, and in the first game against Aravind, when I was trouble, I found some only moves to get out of bad position, and then slowly I had some chances, and I eventually converted. And my game against Gukesh was of course a roller coaster, and yeah, I managed to outplay him in the very complicated middle game. Yeah, in general, I think it was a very typical tournament for me.
And today in the morning we have this early round, and most of the players looked really maybe sleepy, but you looked so fresh. What was your secret about it?
No, in general, I'm a morning person, so it's natural for me to be in good shape in the morning. So yeah, of course, I used to feel some discomfort when I played in the morning, but with time, with experience, I adopted to these rounds.
Well, congratulations for such a great performance, and thank you so much to give us a lot of joy to analyze your games, and hopefully we're going to have one more interview with you in the end of all the games are done. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And we are back Parham is about to win his game. His long time, 40 seconds, but his last move, so nothing to be worried about, although this move is not the best one, losing some huge part of his advantage, but not a crucial one. So from +6 coming to +3, 3-4. So still it's fine, but it's a safe option for Parham. Sometimes, as I said, you just need to have +2 and clear way how you will play till the end of the game. You don't need to have +6, +7, but with some uncertain things. Jordan, unfortunately, speaking about him personally, not about Parham, who deserves to win games due to his fantastic style, but Jordan is unfortunately losing this game, a tough loss. So +5, 40th move. So Black is trying to keep the control over the c pawn, while Parham is trying to exchange his dark square bishop for opponent's one, and then okay, he's now rechecking is this 41st move, just to be sure. You don't want to be losing to overstepping the time. But this game, as I said, he exchanges dark square bishops, and then he will attack Black's king. Aravind versus Navara. It seems that Navara has misplayed it. f6 was a nice touch, but a6 is now setting a tough problem in front of David. Of course he cannot take because he's losing a piece, and he needs to find a way how to release this pressure over the a file. h4 is of course a dream to play h4 g3, so he's counting on that. But after queen g5, maybe white can start with even with ab, but knight e4 also. There is some tactics with queen b3, and I'm trying to calculate maybe ab is not necessary. Maybe to start with knight e4, queen b3, and then trying to use this unprotected piece on b7. Keimer is dead, lost. 10 minutes on the clock. He lost the exchange. What a horrible position. But what to do? Trying to muddy the waters. Although it looks that Yakuboyev is just enjoying totally winning position. What a bad game for Vincent. I'm trying to remember when was the last time this happened, and I'm not sure. David Anton, Hikaru versus Gukash. As I am saying very often, that having two bishops on the initial squares doesn't mean that they are passive. They are also active. Let's go full screen to our main game, Maxwell Lu versus Fun Forest, and we will prepare a setup for our next guest. And we are back. As I said, we have another distinguished guest, European Chess Union President Zurab Azmaiparashvili. Welcome, Zurab.
Thank you, and hello everyone.
We saw you yesterday at the playing hall, and now you are free to join our studio. How do you find this tournament and everything here?
I can tell you that one word, it's an amazing tournament because so many activities. I know that this hotel is one of the biggest, not only in Prague, it's a huge one, and a lot of spaces, and it all is occupied by chess. So, which is amazing, absolutely. And especially, what I like much more when in the main hall, we're playing including the world champion of the top stars, playing the future. So futures, young girls, very beautiful and smart girls, they are playing. At the same time, they see the idols around. This is first time I see, really in my life, that this is connection between the futures and present. This is what organizers have done in this direction. This is good, and really they are thinking about future chess. That's why they promote so much the futures tournament. And of course, all these rooms about I know, more than 400, around 500 players altogether.
Yeah, more than 500.
It's really amazing. It's one of the largest tournament, and the organizers, of course, they deserve big applause because they are working on this direction that people love to come here and play chess and enjoy Prague, of course.
Yeah, that's true. Do you have some pleasant memories from your childhood? When was the first big tournament where you witnessed all those top players?
The time, first of all, I started to play chess in quite early age. I was not even 5 when first time I visited a chess club, let's say like this, and I started seriously training, because I was not a schoolboy, so I have a lot of time. They were training me in morning section and evening section. So, and of course that time was different because Soviet Union, as you remember, was one of the real leading country in the world for chess, and we have a lot of great champions, and we are witnesses. Like when I was 6 years old, I played simul with Mikhail Tal.
Oh,
can you imagine like this? Just we have such a such a moment because it was a huge country with different nations, but all of them they were Soviet. Let's take like this, and I met Mikhail Tal. When I was 9 years old, I met world champion who was losing his title, but I met real world champion Tigran Petrosyan. Of course, I'm not talking about Nona Gaprindashvili, who was, of course, our inspiration in Georgia generally. That all girls in that period was named Nona. So this was my childhood, which never will escape from my memory. And the biggest tournament, again, we are witnesses such a matches like Tal, Spassky, for a challenger, for the future. This was the greatest tournament for us, but if you say about a mass tournament, big tournament, massive tournament, okay? In my life, probably it was some kind of Soviet championship again, where I participated when I was 14 years old, but Soviet youth championship. Later I became even champion of Soviet Union in 78, but it was a great tournament. First time I participated when Gary, in his age of even not 12, he became a Soviet Union champion, under 18.
Yeah. Gary was already.
This is, it's my memory. Maybe I mixed a little bit many things, but okay.
Okay.
I hope I answered your question.
No, yeah, true. So as you said, for those youngsters, for those futures, it's a special thing to sit right next to the world champion and having the audience taking eye on them. I think it's a huge inspiration, a huge thing. And yeah, we have Petr Pisk here, so big kudos for his job and taking care of those youngsters. and especially it's interesting. It's girls. It's not only
Yeah,
about,
and I'm really
yeah.
happy that with my short speech today I mentioned about this, that ECU it's of course supporting the idea of the futures, and we are the partners of the Prague International Chess Festival, and we are very proud about this, and thanks to organizers actually inviting in such a role ECU.
Yeah, let's check the games. So it seems that after this blunder, we were not sure Daniil Yuffa
About
was
round
here.
four.
What actually was missed here? Because after Queen B3, Rook D2, Knight C5 was a threat. It seems that he simply, because this move doesn't exist, he simply forgotten that this is with the check. I don't know what was.
We are learning this from childhood. Middle move, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Middle move decides, yeah.
Yeah, and it's strange that this happens on this level.
Yeah.
And now we have this position, which looks
obviously,
like a
obviously the white
finishing.
is winning, yeah. He's not a big deal.
Rook is trapped, and we have.
He resigned. Okay, last days for Van Forest went not so well. Yeah, because long period he was leading starting from round first, and last two rounds, yeah.
Yesterday it seems that he got affected with this loss because it was sort of equal, and then he blundered. But good tournament for Parham. So let's go back with standings.
Parham becomes second, right?
Let's see the situation. Let's bring the standings.
Yeah, okay, Abdusattorov is winner of the tournament.
Yes, this is now obvious. And big congratulations to him. He's playing.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he started very well this year, and if he continue like this, maybe he will reach soon 28.
Yeah,
it's possible.
Yeah, he matured. He's using his chances, and today he didn't want to push too hard, playing a solid line, and it paid off.
This very understandable. Why not? Securing the winning of this tournament is very nice. One of the strongest tournament in the world. Why not?
Yeah, so Abdusattorov 6 out of 9, winning London Classic, winning Vaikanzi, winning Prague Masters.
Yeah.
Fantastic shape. Do you regret that he's not in candidates?
Yes, of course. With full, always is like this, that you are doing excellent, and when you have to, which is decisive, suddenly can happen something. So that's, for example, today when people probably are following the Domraju Gukesh, okay, and his scores, which is not excellent after he got the world title, I always say that we will see real Domraju, real Gukesh, when will be the match? When will be the match? Because it will be different concentration, it will be absolutely different preparation, and I'm sure that he will give a fight to anyone, whoever will qualify for him. And of course, for Nodirbek, who is one of the talented, I would say in first top 4 or 5 maximum, he is in, and it's such an opportunity missed, but life continue. He is very young, and I believe that many times he will play candidates, and not only.
True. Keimer is trying to survive, but this position looks like a very tough one. Something went wrong in the opening, and now he's trying to keep the game going, but he's obviously much worse.
Yeah. Okay, I like normally Vincent is showing very stable results, and I don't say that he's moving like a rocket, but he's moving always up, and it's very important. Yeah, so whatever now he will show the result, it's clear that he was playing this tournament very well.
Yeah.
Maybe last round will be the exceptional one, but this is good. I'm following him because, okay, in my capacity as a European president, of course, I would like that European players will challenge the world title. And I see the chance that Keimer really have such a chance to one day to play for the title. And well, this is, if we say, this is one of the best European hope.
Yeah, and he's also capable to defend well, and
Yeah.
he needs to find a way how to get some activity. Is it with e5, trying to open the bishop? Something is needed.
Okay, still, of course, he didn't lose the game, but yeah, if everything will be stabilized, then
Knight d4 is coming.
Mhm.
This is an issue. Then rook d1 doesn't work, so he needs to find a way how to parry this.
Mhm.
And this one is hanging.
Yeah, black can become very fast, very active, because right now they are preparing that in 2-3 moves. If white will not find a reasonable defense, it will be a real bad position. But still, of course, there is a chances to survive, and let's wish him to succeed this.
And Aravind Navara, David having a great
for
tournament.
David was yesterday was okay.
Tough loss, yeah.
Yes, that's after such a losses, even I know that emotionally it's so difficult to play, because he was one of the leader of the tournament, fighting even at least to be in the top 3, and yesterday's blunder, yeah, it take out him from this hope.
Yeah, but he still has some chance here. It looks like a complicated position. Calculation is needed, and he is excelling there. So,
yeah, well, okay, but in such a position you need both players need to show their best. Otherwise, any small mistake can decide the game. It's very much complicated. I agree with you. Yeah.
And let's go to challengers. There we have some interesting.
They already have a winner, right, of the tournament.
Finek is still playing. No, Yuffa can overtake him and catch him. So depends of this position where Finek is. What's going on? He looks now very fine. So something went very wrong for white.
Yeah, because this queen probably, which was used to attack, now is becoming defender of the h-pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was nice advantage for white.
Yeah, pleasant one, let's say.
Yeah, but somehow he misplayed it. Yeah, queen, as you said, queen is out of play, and actually g3 is not something you want to do.
Yes, g3, if you are forced to play g3, is not so good, yeah.
So he doesn't want to make a draw?
Again, it's near the equality, this position, very near. But, of course, still need, depends. For example, what is the task for white? If the task is to make a draw, they have a good chances to do it, maybe. But if it's task, to overplay black, then it's very dangerous. Maybe they have, two bishops are controlling everything, you see. And now this isolation pawn is not so bad. Opening more spaces,
Okay, other games in Ganguly versus Gledura, we have a pleasant advantage for white.
Not only pleasant, but material advantage.
Material is also, pawn up. So it's, even without that pawn, it would be quite challenging.
Of course, can be,
Yeah, so it seems that Ganguly is doing well. Hrbek Divya.
Okay, Divya.
This is the position.
This is the position. Final position, this one, right? So this Divya is pawnless. Okay, still there is a king open.
Okay, not so clear.
Of course, it's not clear.
And Zhujiner Biere, have you expected that Zhujiner will have that kind of tough tournaments? She's a very good player.
Yes, she is, and especially in the females tournament, always she is on the top. Okay, she's a very strong one, but here it's a position, it's almost finished, right?
Yeah, it looks.
Okay, this looks
dead
absolutely
lost.
Disorganized, everything.
Yeah, what I said, I heard that she's working with Ingli Ren, who after his World Championship match, has found another role, which is also understandable.
She's working as a trainer, or she's working as a pupil? Is it okay?
Yeah, he was in a bad shape really at the match and at the Olympiad in Budapest.
We wish him all the best because he's very kind person, very kind person, and yes, even during the World Championship, what happened? Yeah, last round. I know how painful it was for him.
Yeah,
So.
he was shaking also. Yeah, and before at the Olympiad, so it was very tough for him to.
But
carry.
somehow he's playing now a lot of tournaments, yes, inside China. So.
Okay, so you want to add something or some final words?
No, I'm really happy to be here in Prague and to see this activity of the International Prague Festival, and a lot of good things I want to say about group of Novibor for Boleslav, both Boleslavs actually, and well, Federation and Peter Pisk, because Peter Pisk is a long time working for this tournament and he's managing also well. And this is great, you know, to see that friends around and to see how the tournament is growing up and chess is becoming more popular. Yeah. Today, now we had the opportunity here with the CEO of the hotels, Yaroslav, to open the new room in the hotel, which is named by Vlaslav. It's a great room. I can, yes, just to wish for everyone, including the world champions, one day to stay there as a guest. It's a so nice atmosphere around, so it's nice to be here. I believe that you also have
Yeah. I fully agree with everything, that this is really on a high level. Actually, the tournament is one of the sharpest ever. I haven't seen that kind of super tournament with so many decisive games, and we know that sometimes it's not only about decisive games, it's about complication, risk taking. It's the draw can also be super interesting, and here all the games are on a big fighting level, so big kudos for all the players and
Finnick is winning, you see. Last D4 was missed, this move.
So who is winning a spot, and we will have a winner.
Yeah.
We will have a winner since D3 is coming. Knight E2, what
big
a
mistake.
blunder. What a blunder, and D4. Yeah, as I'm saying that isolated pawn should be always locked. You never know what can happen with this movement. So Finnick, also big thing for Czech Republic
of
to
course.
have a winner, and next year another player.
Okay, I congratulate organizer again with this great result of Finnick, and next year, sure we will see him in the big tournament.
Okay, thanks Zurab for joining.
Thank
we
you,
will leave you, dear viewers, with this camera from the playing call, since we might have a resignation in Bertsen versus Finnick.
Thank you.
And we are back. Chess is not only about top players, as we are now waiting this game to finish. I have another guest. I cannot call him a friend, but I can call him an interesting person, William Michael from Germany, who is a chess enthusiast and playing in open tournament. So welcome.
Hi, glad to be here.
So you just won the game.
I just won the game, yeah.
How is the atmosphere there in the open section? Are people following? Do you have some friends? Do you get some congratulations just after the game? How is there? Because we haven't time to follow this other playing hall. This is our main playing hall with 40 boards only.
Well, I guess the first guy who congratulated me on my win was you.
Ah,
yeah, when I came here, because this is all very fighting atmosphere still. Yeah, it's not that the final round people make quick draws and then go watch the Grandmasters or go to the city or whatever. No. It's still big fights going on there.
So how are you driven to come here to this tournament? What was so appealing and attractive for you to come here?
Well, I'm here for the third time,
okay.
And it's a combination of a beautiful city, which is a bit of consolation if you're having a bad tournament, just like I did, for example. Then it's great to be in a very nice place where you can have nice night sessions, so to speak. And besides that, the organization is just fantastic. I think I'm here for the third time, and it's getting better every year. I have the feeling.
You are a lawyer by profession, 2200 rated player who is having a bad period.
Yes.
Yeah. So how is that feeling when you enter an elevator? Gukesh is there. Then you meet at breakfast Vincent Keimer, Divya is there. Those top players. How is that?
Yeah, it's kind of surreal in the beginning, but suddenly you get used to it after some days. Yeah, at the beginning you might be a bit starstruck, but yeah, because they are walking around just like normal people, which they probably even are. So probably. Yeah, it's a good thing.
How about future of this tournament? What do you think, from your point of view, what would be interesting to add or to change or to improve? Is there something which you would love to see happening, maybe?
Ooh, this is really tough because I think it's close to perfection, because you have also so many side events which people also like to play. Not me, but a lot of people are playing these side events. Then tournament hall is very nice, hotel is very nice. Commentators are close to perfection, to perfection. So yeah, it's tough to say what can be better. I mean, this time they even had the world champion there. So I think that the year when candidates are upcoming, so every second year, it's a bit tougher to get the players, because some of them are obviously involved somehow in the candidates, not only the players. But I mean, this time, look at the field, yeah? So
yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah,
it's amazing. So how about your next tournaments? Which kind of tournaments attract you? Where will you go and play this year?
Well, as an enthusiastic amateur, I started to choose the tournaments according to where they are placed. So I want to be in attractive venues, just like Prague or this hotel, for example. So what is absolutely certain this year is that my German club, Erlangen, which is located in the south of Germany, we will play European Club Cup for the very first time. I think in October. Oh, I get thumbs up already here. Yes. We are going to be there. Also at a very pleasant place. So
it will be in Montenegro. And it's a really nice tournament. Everyone likes European Club Cup.
Never been there. I think we have one or two players who already participated for some other clubs, but yeah. So this will be a premiere this year, and besides that, let's see.
If I'm not mistaken, you were mentioning that you like to go to Grenke tournament.
Yes, that's true. I forgot about that because I just decided to play the freestyle tournament there for the very first time.
Oh,
so you were asking about chess tournaments, so this is why it slipped.
Yeah.
Why it slipped my mind.
How about that tournament? It's one of the biggest in the world, 3,000-4,000. And how do you find your friend who is playing somewhere in the playing hall? What's the system there? Because I saw some reels and footages. It's crazy amount of tables, chairs, and everything.
Yeah, the simple truth is you can't find your friends. I mean, you're strolling around and you see some people. And last year it happened to me that after the final round, I saw a club member even of mine, whom I said, "What? You are here? Did you participate?" So it's. Yeah, you cannot get to everybody. It's just absolutely impossible. Dimensions are crazy.
Yeah, and also it's a nice tournament as you mentioned. So, William, thanks for joining. Just one last question. You have Vincent Keimer here.
Yes.
Are there big expectations that you might get a world champion from Germany?
Well, last year was very good. We were very disappointed. I mean, in a way, because he lost his place in the candidates to Bluebaum, which is also a German. But there was a debate in Germany, wouldn't it have been better than Vincent got this place? But Bluebaum deserved it for sure, which Vincent also said. Yeah, I don't know. He's making very steady progress the last 2 years, but you see all these jumps. Yeah, for example, Abdusattorov had a very bad last year, and suddenly he explodes. With Vincent, it was a bit of similar 2 years ago. He had also a tough period, and everybody said, okay, well, that's the end. He will never get top 5, and then suddenly he's gaining all these points. I think he's in contention. If he can make it, I would like it for sure, because I like him as a player and as a person, but yeah, let's see.
Okay, thanks for joining. We will go back to our master section to analyze the games, since there are a lot of events going on in the meantime. Thanks once again.
Thank you.
And we are back. It's nice to have, as I said, different profile of people here, and it's a huge festival, and I'm pointing out once again this word festival. So that was something which was the case before, for example, with Olympiad. Hopefully it still will be, and yeah, huge gathering of players, different profile. Going back to Aravind Navara and Kaimer Yakuboev, Anton Gukesh, I don't know which game to start first. So yeah, let's maybe give you multi-games view, since everything is totally unclear. So Navara is trying to create some counterplay, but he's a long time, 10 moves for half a minute. Keimer seems to be creating some mess, and he's improving his position. while David Anton is still slightly worse, but okay, that game might be the simplest one because they need to play only 2 more moves and the time control will arrive. So let's stick to Aravind versus Navara and Kaimer versus Yakuboyev. So David is trying to create some action. He's a piece up, but he's trying to survive White's attack. Engine seems to be very happy with White perspective, but to me it doesn't seem so clear. Yeah, so tough. Aravind is playing very interesting chess, and to remind you, last year winner. So he's searching for a place for his rook. Rook h6 springs to mind first. Queen b3 check is possible, then you don't need to move the rook, but queen belongs to the right side, to the king side, so somehow you don't want to play this queen b3. Aravind searching for a move and getting nervous. I haven't seen him so nervous at the board. Usually he's the one who shows emotions after the things are clarified. Rolling some pieces in Boris Gelfand style. And he makes a move, queen b3 in the end. As a sorry, the system takes her back. So queen b3, queen f7, rook g7 is a possible move. Rook g6, sorry, since after rook g6, king h7 allows knight g5, so king h8 is necessity, but then after rook h6, king can go back to g7, not to repeat the moves. 1 minute on the clock. David is well known for his blitz skills. Rook g6 in the end. King h8. David, if I'm not mistaken, was European blitz champion in 2023 when I organized this event in Zagreb, Croatia. And Sarana was rapid champion. And this year, last year in Pristina, okay, we have camera frozen, so let's switch to other one. Queen f7 exchanges until take on a6. So he's trying to exploit this pin. This is a safe try. Very interesting. So how to defend? Rook d7, possible move. How to unpin? Black will need to surrender at some point that bishop, so he's trying to find the exact way. So 6 more moves in Kaimer versus Yakuboyev, 4 more moves for White, and in David Anton Gukesh only 2 more moves. So Kaimer has made the move, and now it's Nodirbek's turn. Navara will think for some time, and I'm curious what's the right way here. knight d8, rook a1 will happen, forced. Yep. Will he push h3? Or he will start jumping with his knight? White's knight on e4 is far away from this b5 square, but it can come. But then f2 is hanging. So will now David play something like knight e6, rook d7, slight inaccuracy. So d3 is hanging. It's possible to defend it. Knight c5. We have result here. So in challengers, Finek is totally winning. Gledura has lost the game. Rook f3 is coming and no way to defend. And Divya has won the game. Really? Oh, he blundered the rook. In a normal position, he forgot about this f6. So rook d7 created a threat, and what I'm teaching my students, you need to get the right info. When you get the right info, that you see the threat, then you can adjust your moves, I don't know, something. He didn't receive this info correctly, and then came f6 deflection. No way to stay connected with the rook on c5. Zhuzhiner lost versus Biere. Jonas has finished in a style, which takes us to the last game, Bertsen versus Finek. We will later update we will soon update the challenger standings, but let's go back to last moments before the trump control. Rook d7s have been played, and here in Kaimer versus Yakuboev, Vincent is trying to complicate the matters. And Gukesh has made a move. He's pressing a bit, but it's not so clear. David Navarro, last 10 seconds. He still needs to make a move. Not one, 3 more moves. Rook c7. Not a bad one. While Aravind is thinking, David seems to be comfortable about his position. It's possible to go wrong here. If I would be Aravind, I would know that this is not simple at all. Four seconds, 3 seconds, and made a move on last 2 seconds. And as you can see, camera guy, that's what I'm always promoting, that the TV crew should come when there is a time trouble, coming not to the opening phase when everything is roses and flowers. Rook c6 played. This is a bad mistake. Due to, hang on, knight f7. Is that a move? Knight f7 wins. So Aravind is checking, rechecking. And will he play knight f7? It's totally lost. 5 seconds. 4. But the camera frozen, so I didn't know that he's not thinking. Knight f7 played on last 2 seconds, but it's enough for a win. David has blundered, and it seems that he is just winning the game. Let's go to Kaimer Yakuboev. e6 was played, and 2 more moves. For Nodirbek, 1 for Vincent. "15 seconds, and Queen d4 has been played. Better for black, obviously. Still, Vincent needs to make a move. Let's go back to Aravind. He is thinking and play the move on again last 2 seconds. And they enter this rook's endgame. But the king is cut. e4. Oh! Oh! What a trick! Really? Fantastic move. Fantastic move. Let's change the camera. Let's go to... We have maybe other angles because arbiter just or someone stopped. So hang on. Here, knight d8 was apparently a mistake, and rook a6, e4. Brilliant. If you take bishop b8, just wins. So you need to go something like knight c6 now. e d3. Hang on, not e d3. I have bishop b8. Whoa. Whoa. This wins. You cannot catch the pawn. So here you need to take on e4 and settle some position where you're playing knight versus rook. This is a fabulous turnaround. Fantastic trick. This e4 is one of the best tricks I've seen for a while because it was played in fantastic circumstances. Oh, unfortunately we cannot see them. Maybe we can, I'm not sure. If not, let's stay with... yeah, we can see them now. And once again, Aravind will have this feeling. Okay, it's not the same feeling like it was versus Yakuboev, but it's almost the same. That he is again realizing that he is now in a drawn position. What a turnaround. Big kudos for David for his e4 trick. And Aravind once again realizes that he needs to be more careful, but it's so hard. He was making moves on last 2 seconds. He was unlucky at some point, but big kudos for David. This is fabulous. Maybe we can go with the camera to this broad angle where you can see the playing call. You will see this situation that David is going away with coffee, happy about his turnaround, how he has managed to save his game. This one will take some time. So Gukesh is pressing and Yakuboev seems to be winning. So let's say he takes queen, king takes. The problem is after BC, this is a dead lost position. Is there any way to save it? Takes, rook d1, knight c6, no way. So maybe instead of taking on f8 there is something, but I don't see it. Okay, yeah, That's basically, we can go with the camera to Keimer. It seems to me that he's realizing that, okay, he will play on, but it's a dead loss position. Navara, Aravind Navara, what a trick. And going to challengers, Finjek is totally winning his game. Maybe it's a moment that we provide you standings, because we can guess what will happen in this game. So let's show you the standings and the results. So Finjek will come to 6.5, Yuffa 6 out of 9, Divya having a great tournament, 5 out of 9, that's a huge thing. And Gledura Biere, not a great one, but not, and of course for Nemec it's a very good one, although he could have won in penultimate round, and yeah, today was not so great. Ganguly 4 out of 9, being last at some point, but now the tournament doesn't look so bad. Bersen will be 4 out of 9, great start, 2 out of 2, but then only 2 out of 7. Herbeck was actually doing great, in the end a bad tournament, and Jurginer will try to forget this one. And this position is obvious what will happen going back to Masters. So we have Aravind Navara. This trick is a fabulous one. So Keimer is lost, and Anton versus Gukesh, this game will go on. So some time for a break, since players will take some additional time to figure out the things. So we go for a break.
Check-in hotels. Vždy s pocitem hvězdy navíc.
And we are back. First of all, I would love to congratulate to Vlaslav for winning Challengers section. Fantastic achievement by the youngsters. Actually, he was passing by towards David Navara's game. David was on the move, but anyway, he stood up to congratulate to his compatriot. So fantastic performance, 6.5 points, and deservingly winning the first place and qualifying spot for the next year master section. In the meantime, for sure, he will improve even more. But I also have another winner of the tournament, Krishna Sasikiran. Congratulations for your victory. It's never easy to win open tournaments, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit tough that you need to prepare every day. Like you can't prepare
in advance. Yeah.
In advance, yeah, and you need to adapt fresh to the style of your opponent and try to play your best chess as possible. And I was quite lucky that I managed to be in good shape this year.
So your start was not ideal, right? In the second part of the tournament, you push a little bit.
No, actually, I started with 3 out of 3, and then the fourth game I was winning, and I was a little bit upset that I did not win this position. I mean, I was completely dominating the position with better coordination, and then I have this queenside passes, but yeah, a bit upset. And then the next game against Glockler, also I was much better, and at some point when he played 94, I could have just moved the bishop and then kept a sizable advantage. Instead, I went rook c6, and after knight d2, the advantage is not so much. So overall, I was thinking maybe, I mean, I'm missing some I'm missing some advantages. So in general, I was quite happy with the quality of the games. But and then I felt maybe I should just play a little bit quicker, and that's what I did for the rest of the tournament.
And the penultimate round, you showed this win, and today, how was your game?
I felt, I mean, we played this Steinitz defense. It's not a very popular opening at the top level. Just and at some point, I got when my opponent played bishop f6, and knight d5, and bishop d8. I felt my position was quite solid, and I had no weaknesses, and then my pieces are coordinating well, and I had some small chances to improve. At some point, I managed to put my knight from e5 to f6 and then try to attack this pawn on e4. It was a weakness for him, and he managed to create some play on the queen side with b4 and c4. And before the time trouble, actually, I offered a draw to my opponent, and I felt like having done all the let's say leading the tournament and so on. I just wanted to have a share of the first place.
Against whom did you play in the last round?
Against Sahidi, yeah,
from Slovakia.
Slovakia, yeah, and to his credit, actually, my opponent declined. But objectively speaking, I think the position was probably even slightly better for me. But I had only 10 minutes to my opponent's 19 minutes. I thought maybe okay, I really don't want time trouble to to decide this game. And but after I got in d5, I felt it was quite okay. But I think he missed some tactics in between. Like I think he probably missed queen c6, and then I felt I was quite all right, yeah. And then very next move he blundered g3. After this, I'm probably just winning. Yeah.
What's typical now these days, Sasi? For example, now you're giving some moves, and then people will cut it and install a chessboard and then combine it with your
yeah,
work. This is how it works
probably,
these days.
It is probably okay because sometimes you feel that you just have to give the key points of the game. I mean, I really can't talk about the whole game,
Yeah. Okay, so you won the tournament and you qualify for the next year Challengers section. Of course, you have quality, and you are probably the one who will be between favorites. When was the last time you played round robin tournament? You haven't played it for a while, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Are you looking forward then?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, I played in 2022, but that time I lost to Vincent and Hans, and I think Vincent qualified for the main tournament that year. Yeah.
Okay, so we will see you next year in different capacity. Hopefully you will join us in the studio. But let's check the last moment of Masters section. Engine is screaming that this is dead lost position in Keimer versus Yakuboev. But now has something changed? Not much. So it should be still.
It's just a piece down, yeah?
Yeah. So we are playing probably pawn's endgame where I have always this extra tempo if it's needed, right? Is there any chance to be wrong here?
I am not even sure that he can even go to that side, yeah, probably, because...
no, I was thinking that Black can start playing on the king side and then just use this extra tempo.
Yeah, king f6, yeah, simply, yeah. Just all the... And takes, king takes, pawn takes...
this is not the best, so something is wrong here. Something should be... So taking
FG,
on g4
yeah, probably, yeah.
is also not the move.
So what's the point here? g6.
Only way to go. Only way to go, and it's not so simple. Only way to go.
The point being, like, let's say I take on f5, take on f5, and then king e3. So he's saying that I'm just probably going for the f2 pawn, yeah, probably. Just, yeah, and I cannot approach this position. And just Black is quite quick with the f pawn, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, g6, yeah, so that's probably the reason he's thinking here, yeah.
And he's thinking about playing this g6 move, yeah. Taking on g4 is bad due to...
Yeah, here not so simple probably, yeah.
Is there any hidden idea? So why, for example, why this is not winning? I don't know, some move now, right? Or is it
I probably
H3.
Should bring the king back, yeah, like king. Why h3?
Okay.
If I bring the king back, it's really bad. Like, let's say king f3, king e3, and now king e3 I can't play because of king g4. h3.
And says that it's a draw. h5.
h4, yeah. And just in time.
But then knight a6. What's the point?
Yeah, okay.
This
so
means
h4.
So I need to move the king probably.
Maybe just
stalemate. Is this a stalemate stuff? No,
no. I have to play king e3, but here maybe I don't have knight d5 check. Yeah. So if king e3, yeah, and somehow he's holding this position because this knight is struggling to against this rook pawn. Yeah?
So that's why he's thinking.
Yeah,
so it's not so simple.
No, it's not so simple at all, yeah.
How about Gukesh?
Nice. Looks quite nice for
yeah.
him, yeah. Just 2 bishops and perhaps some king g7 and rook h8 ideas.
And here,
yeah, I think this should eventually win in the long run. Like, for instance, probably pick the pawn on h4 slowly. Just okay. So who's to move now here?
Black.
Black to move. Yeah, probably.
Okay, if I chase this c pawn, okay, rook.
No, not chase this pawn. Chase. You want to go rook a3. Yeah.
Okay,
probably,
let's say rook a3 or rook a2.
I'm not sure.
Maybe rook a2.
Sure. Because I really don't want to allow king h3 and king takes h4.
I can also go rook a1.
Or maybe I was thinking maybe something in the sense of king f6 maybe, yeah. Trying to cut the knight off. I mean, I'm threatening rook c7 and king e7 after king f6. Or it's just e5 check, yeah, simply. So that's the problem. No, maybe not. King f5. No. So what's happening here?
Coming out with a knight.
Knight c6.
Rook c7, knight b4 probably. Yeah.
Ah,
When
then
knight
you
goes to
protect
d5,
everything,
it's
yeah. Yeah, but I cannot stop knight b4 anyway. So basically, that's the winning plan anyway. So maybe king f6.
Okay, let's go to Kaimer Yakuboyev and let's go full screen.
Ah, he went g6.
Yeah, g6 is the best move here. So
Yeah.
he made it. Let's go full screen. Let's sense what will happen here. Okay, of course with engine everything is simple, but
Yeah,
for human,
I mean, for he spent a lot of time. Yeah, I mean, I think he probably spent almost his remaining time. Yeah, but I think he probably calculated this. Yeah, that the king is just going for the f pawn. Yeah. So if king e3, I can just go king e6. Yeah.
okay, now it's about counting the tempi and they know.
Yeah. No, it's just I cannot go for any of the pawns. Yeah.
Queen f4, king f4, king f6.
Or I don't know. King e6 is also okay, I believe. Why should I just? Because at some point I'll be forced to come back. Yeah, king g3 or something like that. So or king e3 even. Yeah. So I guess king e6 or king f6. Is there a difference? Probably no. It's hard to say. I would probably put the king on f6 just in case. Because
Yes.
just to have the idea of going king g5 at some point, yeah. I mean, maybe it's... I'm not sure that it makes a big difference because pawn on h6 is stopping king g5, but black himself has the idea to go king g5 at some point, yeah.
King f6. These are something, Krishna, we don't study so much. It's about feeling, right? And some experience.
No, feeling and perhaps, okay, I mean, it's, okay,
Also
the
mathematics.
yeah, simple calculation, of course, direct calculation, just, but it's hard for white, yeah, because the king is not able to approach the queen side, yeah, so that's the real problem here.
I also know regarding this position, Aravind versus Navara, that a rook can fight versus two passers and a knight. Sometimes also against the bishop. People tend to overestimate two passers plus knight, that this
Yeah, but
automatic.
3 pawns, I think it's probably
This should
winning,
be,
yeah.
yeah. But it's not so simple. Rook can start putting some resistance. So it's not like easy job if
So probably just rook a3 here, yeah?
yeah, I think that he should take and try to, I don't know how is the position, let's say that somehow he manages that there are 3 pawns, but this is an edge pawn, they are not connected. What would be the assessment? Is it an easy win? Let's say h3, f3, e4 and a knight versus a rook. It can be a little bit complicated.
Yeah.
But this is
Sure,
probably
I'm not
maximum.
sure it's an easy win.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
But with 3 pawns, it should be an easy win.
Yeah. So here, king f3 has been played.
So this is just, he's just pushing the king down the board, yeah? Probably simply, so not so easy, maybe. He's just, can I go f4? Is an easy move to go f4? Let's say I go king g4, king e4. And then
This wins, it should be easy win, no? Just
Because
knight moves. Okay, king h5 should be too slow.
no, maybe I start with h4. Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I wait with my knight and wait to
King
pen.
h5, king f3. Yeah. King h6, king f2, h5, king g2, king g7, f3. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's he'll.
No, it's not so simple. Yeah, because if the knight was on a6, maybe I can still go h7. So.
How about this position?
Yeah.
Okay, but then I can go out from the stalemate. So probably that wins. So I stalemate you.
Yeah,
and
no,
then
knight c7. Yeah, you still have this knight c7. Yeah.
But this was a nice touch.
So he's thinking, and he just keeps it simple, yeah, not to bother too much. And maybe now f4 check simply.
And king f5 is
And king
not
f5,
allowing
yeah.
king
not
g4.
not allowing king g4, yeah, probably. A question, for instance, let's say if I go f4 check king d3, trying to get to the queen side somehow. Maybe just king d5, yeah, stopping all in the play. Yeah, and he's always having this ideas, yeah. Now this should be fairly simple, yeah. After f4 check, king d5, king d3, king d5, and should be fine, yeah. And I always have another knight move to get out, yeah. Yeah. So maybe some other game.
Yeah.
So this one looks.
How about Gukesh?
Yeah, he played knight h3. Yeah. So.
Bishop f6. Okay, he will go
bishop
back
f6.
knight
He go
f3.
knight f3. Yeah, I'm not sure that I want to place the bishop on f6, unless I have.
Doubling the rooks.
Is it worth considering to take the pawn on b4? Maybe I have this idea with some bishop c5 check later on.
Okay, hang on. Yeah, and he just took.
Yeah.
Immediately when you mentioned it. By the way, Jakuboy is bringing his knight to c5.
What?
Interesting approach. What
so f4 he just wants to go king d5 just wins on the spot, yeah, because the king cannot move away, and now I guess he's forced to play king
f3, yeah.
King f3, yeah.
So hang on, king f3 was the catch?
No, he just wants to stop this idea. So maybe if I go f4 now. King g4 anyway, yeah. King g4, h4.
And how about stopping king g4?
No, he's just gaining time, I think, probably, yeah. Yeah, probably now he'll play f4, yeah.
Yeah, finally. King f3. What else?
No, I was thinking maybe king d3. Yeah, just I mean, king f3, king f5. It's losing almost a straightforward way. So at least try to put the king on c4 and b5, and hope that he needs to calculate. But probably just king d5. Yeah, it's just easily winning. And I really don't have the time to go towards this side. So king c3. I can even go king e4. And if king c4, king f3, king b5, even probably just king f2 should win. Yeah, just takes, king takes a6, f3, king b7, and then I'm just winning the pawn on h2, yeah. Just king f2 here.
King f2?
Or maybe
but
not.
no, king
maybe
a6. No, why?
No.
Why not? Why not to go knight
b8?
b8?
Yeah, simply. Yeah, okay.
And now when you promote, there is an issue. This is funny. when you go like king b7, I don't need to even, I can play whatever.
Yeah.
Because if you take, and when we promote, there is a queen f8. And wins.
Just wins on the spot, yeah. So, yeah, so that's kind of fairly easy. So just, yeah, we can check out the games.
Gukesh, you mentioned that this bishop c5 is coming, but now it's... Hang on, he has calculated. After rook c5 you protect. Maybe that was miss.
Well, I think he needs to take rook c5 anyway. Doesn't matter. Yeah, just because to go king h1, I don't know. It feels somehow it feels like the position will probably.
So after king h1, is this something with bishop e2 will happen at some point? But okay, or something.
I don't know. For instance, can I just play something like bishop c8, rook take x7, rook g7, and how is this position? I mean, I have too many things going in my favor. Yeah, probably. Just threatening to take on h3, rook h2 check, rook f2 check, and g2. Probably it's very fast. Yeah. So if rook a7, just rook g7, change the rooks, and they should be winning quite easily. Yeah. Yeah, bishop c8, yeah. So that's probably end the game on the spot.
Oh, Gukesh is thinking, but he will make a move. Yeah. So regarding top Indian grandmasters, how many games you played against Gukesh, for example?
I think I lost one game, yeah.
One game only.
Yeah.
How old was he?
It was 2022, yes.
Okay,
so
not so far. I don't know, Pragnananda?
Never played against him.
Never played against him. Arjun?
A draw, maybe. Yeah, one draw, probably. But that was a little bit when he was like, also maybe 2022.
But against Vidit you have many games, or sort of?
With it, yeah. With it, somehow I played more rapid games than classical games. Yeah, just we played, and the last game I played against Vidit, I won. Yeah, in rapid format. But yeah, classical games probably a few draws, maybe. Yeah.
And against Vichy,
I think I won one classical game, and he beat me quite many times in blitz, maybe. But I still have one classical game.
That's a nice.
Well, it was a long time ago. It was 2002, I think. Yeah.
And your peak rating 27, 30,
20.
I would say 30. Okay.
It was at that point. It was 21st in the world. Yeah.
And you played many times in Croatia, in my Croatia, right? And you played many times in Croatia, or only a few years?
Actually, I like this place when I played in Šibenik. Yeah, this is fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I really cannot compare with any other tournament because both times I played in Šibenik, I had 2900 plus performance. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, I mean,
I was fantastic. There, so I was watching you from the first
fantastic play. I mean, I think once I made +5 against something like 2650 opposition or something like this, and then next year as well. I think it was 2007 and 2008. Yeah. And
at that time, you had players like Sokolov, Mosesyan, Malachov, I don't know who, even maybe
Almasi, many, and I mean, I really believe that it was probably one of my luckiest places in Croatia. Yeah. This seaside, and I mean, I could practically walk every day, and this was very pleasant. Yeah, I mean, just I was playing some of the best chess in Šibenik.
I have my wife has a holiday house from Šibenik, maybe 15 minutes drive by car from that place, so I know it very well. Bishop c8.
Yeah,
that's been played,
and should finish it off. Yeah.
Yeah. And here Vincent, now they went to this knight b8 stuff.
So his trick is just king d3, knight c6, just winning the pawn on a5.
Yeah, and if you go here, he just starts.
Yeah.
Is it king d4 now, or he can?
No, he can just go knight c6 and just take on a5.
Yes,
simply
exactly.
just winning on the spot.
Exactly.
So I guess this is.
That's it. So let's check Aravind.
He managed to bring the knight. Yeah. So
It should be.
Knight goes
Knight
to
goes
d5.
to d5. It
and
should
then,
be.
Slowly. But it still have to be won. Yeah. I mean, it's probably winning, but you still need to find the right plan. For instance, after knight d5, put my king on e5, and somehow trying to what to play. Is it?
Yeah.
I was thinking probably just
rechecking some stuff. What is the alternative?
Maybe I think he wants to probably thinking about
maybe okay.
Where how to make progress. Yeah, just if I can. Because let's say king h3, I go king g5. Yeah, and how do you making progress?
Yes. So there will be some job to be done.
Yeah, it's still.
Okay, let's just check the last moments of this because we will have a resignation. Yakuboev, let's go with the camera there, is making final moves. What's your opinion? How come this tournament is so sharp, so many decisive games? Because we got used that on top level that the draw is fair.
I think over the years the chess. I mean, people they approach chess in itself that has changed basically. Now young players are more and more willing to enter more sharp positions. In the previous days, the top players, unless they know for sure that okay, I mean this is probably working, they won't probably enter these kind of sharp positions. I mean they had to be absolutely sure. But nowadays, okay, I'll work it out over the board. I mean, people have the confidence, yeah? I mean, it's just a different approach to chess.
True, because previous was, as you said, you need to have like huge knowledge and then you can enter some stuff. These days they can check some things the morning before and they will go for it.
Yeah. I think it's simply a different approach to chess. And well, I mean, at some point I felt the quality of the games a little bit, not so easy to, because of the reduced time control. Because, sometimes it feels, the time control is too less to
grasp the things and to be careful.
Especially like for instance, not having this long time controls. Like there are probably mistakes in the 4th and 5th hour somehow in some conversion and so on. And I feel this is affecting chess a little bit in general. Yeah, and of course the World Championship still having the classical time control, and of course the quality is much higher.
True. And before it was, end of the world if Garry Kasparov loses a game. I recall his losses versus Rublevsky, versus Kuzman. I think it was at the Club Cup in Greece. And these days, okay, you lose a game, but you win some more, and the life goes on. Yeah, it was not tragical.
Well, it's not. I don't know. I mean, people have, of course. I think it's different with every world champion. Yeah, but also when Magnus loses a game, he also kind of making. It's very hard to hide the frustration that okay, you lost the game, and especially when you're having a very nice position and then you could not win this, and then eventually I think Gukesh managed to beat Magnus in one of these games. Yeah, like Magnus was completely winning at some point, and
it
then
was Norwich chess with this Stavanger. I was there with this.
And Magnus was clearly upset and
couldn't hide it. Yeah, I agree.
No, it's not so easy. Yeah, especially I feel this time control has to do with everything. Yeah, I mean it makes chess attractive to the general public, but overall I feel that the quality of the games have come down a little bit. Yeah, because there is less time to think. Yeah.
So there was a nice handshake from arbiter towards both players. So maybe it's connected with
the last game.
Yeah, and I
probably,
appreciate your efforts. It's not about
Yeah.
Okay, so Gukesh is winning. As you mentioned, bishop c8 is totally winning position, and
Yeah.
Aravin will move around. So, Sasi, thanks for joining. We will now prepare some material for you and show it. We have some interviews, I believe. So, yeah, thanks for joining. We go for a commentary break.
We have Parham Maksodlu in the studio, who actually beat Jordan Van Forest. This is the final round of Prague International Chess Festival 2026. Congratulations, Parham. The game was eventful. A lot of things were happening. First of all, congratulations. And if you can just describe by the words how it went.
Yeah, okay, so today I played the same line which I played against Nodirbek. But Jordan went for the more sharp line, which is c5. And okay, I was playing this line to get some sharp lines, so I was happy with what he did. But I mean, I got a little bit surprise of g6 move, because I remembered that I have this queen d4 idea, but I was not remembering very well. But okay, at least I remember Mamadiyarov game against Vidit in the Olympiad. So here I was like, okay, I only remembered one line, which was castle, knight c3, knight c6, queen a4, bishop f5, knight e1, and queen b6. And here, yes, you sacrifice a pawn, like knight d5, bishop d5, rook d8. And here, okay, I was trying to remember what was the move. It was some c3 or e4, bishop e3. But
you're giving us such a big line. Would you be kind to show?
Yeah. So I mean, this is Vidit game against Mamadiyarov, but you need to play bishop f5, because what Jordan played was queen b6 instead of bishop f5, which is, I think, a huge mistake, because okay, after bishop f5, white is forced to play knight e1, and now you play queen b6 and knight d5, bishop d5. Okay, here, I mean, I was trying to remember, like it was rook a d8 or rook f d8, or it was knight d4 first. I was trying to remember, maybe knight d4, e4, bishop g4, but yeah, I couldn't remember very well. But okay, I was 100% sure that queen b6 is mistake. So, but okay, he didn't spend any time, yeah. So I thought, okay, Jordan is like good theoretician, and maybe he knows something. So I went for a long think.
Parham, if I may, because we had also Abdusattorov here just a few minutes ago, and I asked him how your game is going, because for him it's so crucial for the title. And he said that he thinks that Jordan is bluffing in the opening.
I mean, I was not sure. I thought, okay, rather he's bluffing or it's just brilliant. So I started to calculate, and okay, suddenly I didn't find any brilliance. Yes. Okay, I thought it's a pawn, and I mean, anyway, I can never be worse. Like, there's zero chance to be worse when you have pawn up. Maybe he has some compensation, maybe not, but I need to take. And okay, I calculated one very important line, which is after rook d5, bishop b2. I think rook b1, queen b4, knight b4. I think rook b5 is strong here. So bishop c1, rook b4. And okay, whatever he plays, okay, let's say bishop a3, rook b3. And now whatever he plays, I move the knight, and this b7 pawn is lost. So, okay, I thought this has to be better for white. There's like no chance without b7 pawn that black is equalizing. Okay, maybe he can hold somehow, but okay, I thought I'm better in this endgame. So, okay, probably he thought same. And he played he played rook d8. Okay, he played bishop f5, I played c3. Okay, the difference is on that position, when you start with bishop f5, my knight is on e1, and the problem is here, you're very quickly taking on d5 and playing knight d4. But the problem is here, after c3, you cannot play knight d4 anymore, and okay, it looks like a healthy pawn for white. Okay, knight e5, queen b3, queen a6, take. Okay, in this position, I think any move is better for it. Like bishop f4, bishop g5, maybe even bishop e3, queen, because after bishop e3, queen e2, also queen b7. Or, okay, what I played was the safest option. I mean, I thought this e2 pawn is like the base of the structure. I need to save it, but anyway, I mean, I think anything is better for it. So, okay, bishop f1, bishop e6, queen c2, and here, okay, he will lose this a7 pawn by force, and okay, he's a pawn down. I mean, he's like 40 minutes up on the clock, which can probably compensate the pawn, but okay, he needs to play accurate. And okay, he was doing great, I think, but okay, I was also playing some normal moves, just try to save the pawn and hope for the best. So okay, here, okay, until here everything I think was fine, but it was like what he did was insane. Okay, I was really expecting to play after knight c5, rook d2, knight b3, knight e3, bishop d2, knight f1, king f1, and b5. Okay, because knight a5 is coming otherwise. And okay, this endgame, I think objectively is actually holdable for black, but practically I think I would press forever. So I was okay. I mean, I was not that happy because I thought I had lots of better options, but with like 15 minutes on the clock, I think it was okay for me to play this endgame, and I think I could press and maybe win at some point because it's not that easy draw, and this b5 pawn can be weak, and my pawns are very good. But okay, instead, okay, what to say? He just blundered queen b6. Which is very sad, of course.
And he also played this knight d2 rather fast, right? When he came
Yes, no, but after I took quickly on b3, then I mean he shake his head, and okay, I mean even if you don't shake your head, this queen b6 is nothing to miss. It's just such an easy move. Double attack is for beginners. So I mean, okay, it's very sad that he missed this queen b6.
Did he play all this sequence very fast, or he was thinking?
I mean, generally didn't think too much, and I can understand that he could be tilt of yesterday's game because there was like zero chance to lose that end game.
Yeah.
And okay, he lost. If I was in his place, I couldn't even sleep at night. So yeah, it's sad that he lost yesterday, and I was pretty sure that okay, I mean he can play normal game, but he cannot be brilliant today because of yesterday's loss.
Yeah. Well, how from here probably pretty much it was.
There's nothing to discuss.
Yes. How would you just summarize your tournament here? It was a tough start, but now.
I think in general, the quality of my games were fine. Like probably better than all the other super tournaments that I played. Okay, probably 2023 Vaikonzi was the same level, but I mean this was also pretty good level. I could have won my games against Kukesh and against Yakubov. Also yesterday I was totally winning. But okay, I had also some bad games. For example, against David Anton or Hans, I could lose these games. So okay, 2 winning positions against 2 losing positions is like balance. And I think with my white pieces, out of 4 games, I scored +2 against Kukesh, Keimer, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Jordan, which is amazing, I think. +2 with 4 whites, I think is very good.
Yeah, that was really good. When you came to our studio, you asked us what is the time, because you have a big plan. If you can share with our viewers, what is your plan?
Yeah, during the rest day, we went to paddle with Nodirbek, Daniil Yuffa, and Alojzije, the commentator. And okay, today we were planning to finish until 4, hopefully until 4 p.m. and try to get to the paddle before the closing ceremony. So, okay, it's nice that we are in time. We just have a lot of time to go there, and yes, I think we will play paddle, so it's very good. Yeah. I mean, I was happily offering them to play paddle every day, but okay, chess players are a bit lazy during the tournament. They want to take rest, they want to recover, they want to prepare. So
But
they didn't.
You were ready, yeah?
Yeah, I was ready to go every day. Also in Iran, I was going like like every day or like once per 2 days. I was going. So yeah, I like paddle very much.
Well, if you're looking for the partner, Alojzije Jankovic is someone that you can always count on, because I know that he also wanted to play, and he was like, I wish.
He's really sportive, and I mean, he has some amazing skills which he showed us, and we really enjoyed this.
Okay. Well, Parham, I should say on behalf of our commentary team that we really enjoyed your games. It was something really nice, and we should admit that everybody had such a nice tournament. Besides the result, it might be some unfortunate moves somewhere in the end, but the level and the quality and the spirit of play every game was amazing, and we had such a joy for that. So thank you very much. And Parham, do you have any plans for what is your next tournament?
I guess I will take some good rest, and okay, probably I don't have many tournaments. Only Bundesliga and I think French league probably, and okay, I was supposed to play in Sharjah, but I'm not sure with this situation I'm able to go or not. But in general, I think I don't have many tournaments. But these Bundesliga weekends are very nice. You always have some warm-up games, and you're always like preparing, and you can get to the shape or stay to the good shape. Yeah.
True, and you also have your paddle trainings.
Of course, but this tournament made my confidence totally back. I think I just played in a very decent quality, and I think I can reach my peak quickly if I continue like this.
Amazing. Best of the luck. We will be observing your...
Thank you too, and also I want to thank the organizer of this event, Mr. Vlaslav, and also other organizers. Like, it was amazing. As always, this Prague, I really love the city, and the atmosphere is just great, and I hope I can play here many years, of course.
We will definitely want you to be back in this tournament. Thanks very much. Now you have to go for your match. I think others are waiting, so see you later.
See you.
we have the winner of the Challengers of Prague International Chess Festival 2026, Václav Finek, with us in the studio. Big congratulations. How does it feel to be the winner of the Challengers?
I feel very good because I played good chess, I think.
You are very happy the way how you take a lead of this tournament and also just finalized it, right?
Yeah.
I have to ask you right away, because winning the Challengers means that next edition you're gonna play in the Masters. What can you say about it?
I like that I can play with very strong players next year.
Amazing. We're going to be following so closely your games. So if you please take us through to your game. You started the day with a half a point ahead of Daniil Yuffa, but Daniil won his game in about an hour or so. Did this affect you?
Yeah, I started to play on the wind when I saw it.
Okay, makes sense. If you can, please tell us about your game.
So here I have isolated pawn on d5, but I have some activity for it.
Can I ask you, because a lot of people might be very interested, are you the player who likes to play with the isolated pawn, or are you the player who plays against the isolated pawn, or you are the both?
Actually, I rather play with the side which is attacking the isolated pawn. But he isn't attacking it much, so it was okay actually.
That's good for you, yeah.
Yeah, maybe I thought bishop e2 is better, but I don't know.
Can you please tell us also about this capture? You captured with the bishop, and you had an option to capture with the pawn to have this pawn structure. What was your thinking process here?
I thought that if I take with pawn, he has e4 here, and when I take, he takes here, and it's lost. And if I castle, for example, he has e5, and I lost a piece. So.
It was that simple, and we were like, why he didn't took with the pawn? Okay.
So bishop c6. Here I played queen f8 because I want knight e4, and then bishop c5, and maybe I can even sacrifice on f2.
So you need this queen to guard your g7 pawn, right?
Yeah.
Not to have a checkmate.
Now bishop b8 because I'm not sure now actually. I think after knight e4 he has knight d4. So I played bishop b8, so after knight d4 I have queen d6 and queen h2. He actually wanted to draw here, so I could play bishop c6 and we are repeating.
But this could take you to the tie breaks, and you don't want it to go to tie breaks, right?
I am very good in blade, but
yeah. But better to finish in the classical, yeah.
Yeah, here he wants to take on f6 or bishop a3 and trade my bishop on b8. I didn't want it, so I played queen e7. Now after bishop a3 I have queen d7, and I can sack on h3.
Oh wow.
Yeah, queen d4 was actually a smart move because now he wants queen h4 and trade my queen after I move my knight. So I played queen d7 and I can knight d4 now. Yeah, here I thought I'm already better because he can't attack my isolated pawn on d5, and my bishop pair is strong on with attack on king. I think g3 wasn't best move. I thought he would play knight f3, and here I thought about queen a3. He must play bishop d2, and now maybe queen a2, but I wasn't sure after queen b4 about my queen. Yeah, here he blundered d4 when I want to take on e3 or d3, and in the same time I'm attacking the bishop on a5, so I'm winning here. Maybe he could play something like king g2, no, or something like that. I would play maybe b6, bishop d2, and maybe a5 or something like that. I mean, I'm not sure, actually.
And when he played this knight to e2, the blunder, was he on short on time, or
he was very low on time. He has like 3 minutes here, so.
And still like 7 more moves to play or so, like, yeah.
So he tried to play still without the piece, but here it was easy to win. Even now he gave me a pawn on h3. I thought he would play this, but it's a winning too, so it doesn't matter. I won another pawn, and
very nice. It seems that whenever we see your game, it seems that you enjoyed very much to play in this tournament. Everything was just going according to your plan, I guess.
Yeah, but yesterday I was defending, but today it was a very good game.
Yeah. So you must be very happy, and also a lot of locals must be very proud of you, because you will now, first of all, you won this title. It's already very nice, but like next year it will be so exciting. If I may ask you to tell our viewers a little bit about yourself, like how much time do you usually spend to study chess per day, or how your training looks like?
Often I spend like 3 hours a day, but at the weekends much more. And I often look on some openings or do some puzzles.
Do you usually go to school, or you're mainly focused on
I'm going to school.
You go to school? Yeah. Oh, wow. Are you going? Tomorrow is Saturday. You don't have school, right? Oh, okay. You're going to go on Monday to school as a winner of the tournament. That's so exciting. Yeah. Are you excited to go back to school?
Actually, no, but I have to.
Okay, I thought you would say yes, of course, but I understand your point too. Do you have any do you have any favorite part of the chess, like, I don't know, opening that you like to work on like end game, maybe some studies, or you have to do what you have to do and you're following this?
I want to learn many more openings now.
Openings. Can you tell us where is your next tournament? Because we would like to see how you are progressing.
Probably Czech Extra League, last 2 rounds.
Okay, well, good luck, and also enjoy today the closing ceremony, because obviously this is very nice moment. So once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
And this is the very last part of the Prague International Chess Festival 2026. I'm alone here in the studio, but that's okay. Alojzije is on the mission, and you guys learn about that later on. But now we can take a look what has happened in this round and what is the standings. So we have been talked about the challengers a lot. Now let's take a look at the masters. Here we have Nodirbek Abdusattorov with white pieces. He drew the game, and in the interview he mentioned that he just wanted to make a draw in this game, and he played something very solid. The board 2, Jordan Van Forest, the leader of the tournament for several rounds in a row. He unfortunately lost yesterday, and it affected him as well. And he lost his game against Parham Maksodlu with black pieces. Then following to the next board, board 3, Aravin managed to win another game. At this time it was David Navara, the Czech player who is very famous and popular and who has played all the 8 editions of Prague International Chess Festival. Following with the next game, board 4, Vincent Kmar got very tough position with white pieces against Yakubov Nodirbek, and he lost his game. Then we have Gukesh Damaraju, the world champion, winning his first round in the first game in the final round against David Anton. It has been such a fantastic round for us. As you can see, 4 decisive results and only 1 draw. And here we have the final standings. Nodirbek Abdusattorov wins back-to-back the events as Tata Steel and now Prague Masters. I wonder what is his next tournament, because he's on a best strike. Then second place is Parham Maksodlu, sharing with Aravin and Jordan Van Forest. Big congratulations to all these players who got the medals and the top seeded. Then we have David Navara and Nodirbek Yakubov, 4.5 points, followed by Vincent Kmar and Hans Niemann with 4 points. We have David Anton and Gukesh with 3.5 points. Even though this might look very tragic standing for Gukesh, he has been playing really good games, and somewhere something was not going on his way. We managed to interview him as well now after the game. So you guys, I encourage you to subscribe the YouTube channel of Prague Chess Festival and Issue. Those were 2 channels that we were analyzing the games and doing the commentary for all these rounds and days together with the Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic. It has been really amazing 9 rounds that I cannot really complain, and hopefully you guys also enjoyed. Big thanks to the players for giving us this joy. Big thanks to the arbiters and organizers who pull everything and made this tournament possible. Of course, our sponsors that we have here, all these names, and well, the spectators who came every day. Sometimes there were like people who were coming here basically all their 9 rounds, and of course the people who were working behind the scene to make this stream possible. So now it's time to wrap up this stream. We're gonna have the closing ceremony and then after party, and seems like now everyone has more festive mood as the tournament came to the end. Thank you very much for watching, and hopefully see you next year.